Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a special Friday edition of MNW Firing Line. I am your host, Mojo, and with me, as always, is my co-host, Faye Jinn. How's it going, Faye?
Oh, happy Friday, everybody. It's weird not to have a flashbang this night, but we got plenty to keep you entertained, and we got the whole weekend ahead of us, so we're going to announce some things, but I believe we got some company tonight, don't we, Joe?
For sure. Ladies and gentlemen, making his return to Firing Line, the ghost with the most, the bad CG Ghost.
Hello everyone, and thank you again for hosting the Ghost with the Most.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are kicking off Multivania weekend with a bang, starting with Flashbang. CG, Faye, how's about we get on into it?
Excellent. Looking forward to this one.
You're in this one.
I was going to say,
yeah.
I would hope so, that you were looking forward to what we're about to get into. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, so far... so many matches have been announced so far. So we had Victor Vicious versus Jack Andrews in the cards. We have the tag team title match announced at this show, and more info about the interdimensional gauntlet match. And oh man, so far this is already looking to be a very packed weekend. But we are going to get right on into it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start with Flashbang as always, but this time around, we're not starting with Mr. Lawson on the mic. No. We are going to go right on ahead and hear from the returning OmniGeek.
Yes, good to see the tech truck is still on their game. Now, where was I? I'm quite surprised to be here. I wasn't supposed to be here, and I will not be here for long. However, there is vital information that the Multiverse needed to hear, and I am here to deliver it myself. For I have discovered the identity of your fake Citric, and he will no longer be an issue for you. But allow me to say this before you all assume that this is a triumphant return. I am here for this reason, and this reason only. There will be no Multivania moment. There will be no audio, video hacking going on. I just felt the need to say this personally. With APS seemingly being dismantled either by shipping their members to Warzone or by being belittled by Lawson and being stripped of their ability to work, I thought they could use some work. Some help, rather. That is why I am here to announce that your fake Citric is none other than Lord V. As if it wasn't obvious from the start, he never had the juicy emblem across his chest, which was the first way I was able to make out that it was a fake. And let's just assume that Citric would, for some reason, align with the cleaver. How convenient would that be? And then just try to screw over Helix doesn't quite fit. So Lord V, the jig is up.
So the OmniGeek has announced that the doppelganger that was portraying not only Burden, but also the Citric Kane is none other than Lord V.
I'm honestly surprised I didn't see it at the beginning. I should have suspected the shape-shifting Master of Darkness.
To be exactly, to be fair, he was literally on our suspect list when Burden when quote unquote Burden came back, and we were like, it could be Lord V, it could be literally anybody else, but yeah, Lord V was definitely up there for us. Hell, the man copied my voice to do a call-out episode. I wouldn't doubt he had the capabilities to shift his entire form. Their entire form. You know what? I never really got an indicator.
And with things moving very close to Multivania, there were, to be fair, quite a few people on the suspect list. It kind of makes sense from a very from a strategical standpoint, if you can't get yourself in on the card, you can try to maybe impersonate someone who has a better shot, or just take out the rest of your competition. Makes a kind of sorted amount of sense, unfortunately.
Sounds like cutting the line to me.
I mean, he did kind of use it. He used the Citra Kings as influence to kind of get himself into the interdimensional title scene. So, in a way, it worked. But now people have a lot more that they're looking out for at this point. But
And hopefully more of that suspicion is taken off of our other resident shape changer. I'm glad that he was kind of knocked out of the running early on when this whole mystery started.
yeah, Drathulu was. I mean, everyone's like, I mean, he could be Drathulu. Nah, he's Moira Draco would definitely like drag him by whatever ear he formed at the time, and just like make him apologize and stop.
No one messes with the mama.
No one. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's get on right into the next bit of business here. Let's begin with an MNW staple, the Showcase match. And we're starting off pretty freaking big with Johan Mjoln of the Troll Train coming in first.
Woo, let's go!
And coming in second, a certain bad CG ghost representing Spectre Sonata. Coming in third, we got representing Electro Reality, the VR Junkie. And then coming in fourth, representing the Princedom, Sir Reginald. And then coming in next, representing Fabulous, we have Joseph Kalman, the Heartthrob. Coming in next, Mike Davis of APS. Right after that, we have representing the Omni Slayers, the Hunter himself, Artemis. And then representing AAA, Slam Fibian.
Speaking of moms.
Strong. Yeah, speaking of moms, Froggy's mom is going up against the Hunter. And it looks like CG looks like you're having a bit of a tiff with Reginald over there.
I've wanted to scuff that mustache for so long. Not that I have anything against him, I just really want to see what it looks like mussied up.
It does look very well gelled. Speaking of well gelled, Kalman is going up, is like really chomping down at the tree that is Johan's legs. And then we got a lapel lock tied up on Slamfibian, but no go. She gets right out of that. The VR Junkie's going up against Mike Davis.
Yeah, you mentioned. I was about to say you mentioned messing up Sir Reginald's mustache, but VR Junkie might just try to take care of the problem. Maybe fry the ends a little bit.
VR Junkie is certainly going to town on the outside. Poor APS has not been having much luck recently, and, well, less said the better.
It looks like Reginald's in chat there, CG. Don't even try, Ghost Man.
I already did!
You did try, and 1, 2, 3, you succeeded in pinning Sir Reginald.
It is quite respectable. A mustache, I must admit. I'm really just jealous that I can't grow facial hair anymore.
I'm just gonna say, as a man with a beard, I can't confirm it is nice. Itchy though, but it's nice.
Here I decide to, I see that Johan's in trouble, and I understand that all's fair in an 8-man showcase, but admittedly, the chance to pin Kalman for a second time was just a little too alluring.
Fig. Oh, looks like...
Quite sure. Oh, he's going after Mike Davis over there.
Yeah, the Junkie bomb, and then Ragnarok! Right on the VR Junkie, going in for that cover. Literally just surprise, comes up behind him, Ragnarok, and then pins him for the 3.
The scenario is virtual, but the pain is very real.
And then here we see, oh yeah, looks like CG still going up against Kalman, and Johan going up against Artemis. Now, I will admit, Johan does not have a good track record when it comes to submission-style users, and especially Artemis. Seems to be like Artemis is like a kryptonite of his. He has never beaten Artemis in not even a straight-up fight, or as well as a multi-man. And Calvin has been eliminated by the ghost with the most, and he's doing a little dance. And Slam
I always enjoy dancing.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Like I'm moonwalking into this ring.
Looks like you're trying to show some encouragement, but unfortunately, Johan Mion has been eliminated.
Ah, a shame, really. He'll get a win. He'll get a winner in an 8-man showcase one of these days. I have faith.
Oh, looks like we got a big.
Oh no, she going to
drop kick.
Ouch! Oh.
God, Artemis looks like he's knocked out cold, especially at this point in the night where I swear, CG, it looked like that Slam and Artemis were just taking you to town for like a good 2-3 minutes of that match.
I was not aware it was a handicap match, but I did my best.
They could sense the better threat in the ring.
Yeah, actually. Also, I see you in the chat, and I don't, and that's just not gonna look at it.
I am. I'm going to embrace it.
And
oh, much like Optimus got my arm here.
As a ghost, like, how much does this actually hurt?
Well, to be fair, it's more mental, a phantom pain, if you will.
Why did I ask you to come here again?
You did it! I just showed up!
I'm getting a really bad case of deja vu.
My God, there's 2 of them. This is getting out of hand. I should not have made this one.
Sorry, I'm still really appreciating that one. In the meantime, though, it looks like our favorite Slamphibian had to tap out.
Now the Omni Slayer got to her. Oh no! I guess he's faced off a couple froggy fellows in the past, and oh, I know that move.
Phantom Factory onto the Hunter. 2 kicks right on out of 2.
That's alright, I still had more gas in the can.
It looks like it's setting him up one more time. Phantom Factory. Will the second one be able to put him down, giving CG his second showcase win in a row? That is the case. 2 in a row, CG. Oh. My God, that is impressive.
Ladies and gentlemen, your bad CG ghost coming to haunt the King of the Showcase match.
I'll admit, I was obviously surprised and elated, but this is really quite rare. I don't think anyone has accomplished this since Kaned?
Yeah, I want to say Kaned, like, since the last
back to back, yeah. I believe you can almost count it on one hand.
I believe his maximum was 3 in a row.
I guess I'll have to match that and top it by taking this King of the Showcase match.
Speaking of, like, CG, I mean, congratulations on making the King of the Showcase, and, I mean, this has to be, like, like, what's your strategy going in?
Well, my strategy going in is mostly to play tactical. There are much stronger, more seasoned competitors. Big Rock in particular is, as always, quite the force of nature, pun totally intended. But you need to, when you're someone like me and don't have quite the muscle mass or any mass at all, really, you have to play it smart. Take chances to find moments of rest and get your stamina back while the others are still brawling. It's not exactly the most, I would say noble, but you kind of have to do what you can in these all-out brawls.
Fair enough. And what competition that you will have? I mean, not only Big Rock, but the king himself, Lasume the Robot, the aristocratic Kaned, as mentioned before, and the Beast Mom Naja, and fuck Kim Wang of Fabulous. This is going to be a hard match. Not going to lie.
Indeed. I know, out of all the competitors, I respect all of them, but if there was anyone that was going to make it harder than usual, it would have been Fo Kim Wang.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially when it comes to like multi-min matches, like Wang seems to excel in a big match such as this. I mean, they get really explosive when they need to be.
I imagine that they are also very, well, imagine, I don't have to. They are definitely very skilled with taking all comers like this.
All right, before we get taken down for before we get taken down from the escalation, let us go right on ahead and get into our next bit of business here. We are going to go back down to the ring because he surely can't help himself. Ladies and gentlemen, from the interim general manager, we hear from Mr. Lawson.
Mr. Rabbit, good to see you out here once again at your rightful spot behind a commentary table. I have to say, congratulations on getting an opportunity at Multivania. However, this storybook fantasy that you have about coming back to Flashbang as the GM, it's about to die. See, Rabbit, while you were general manager, the Empire of Terror and Apex ruled this show. It was chaos, and the brass has not so quickly forgotten, so they have entrusted me to find proper opponents for you at Multivania. So, Rabbit, Alexis Edmonton wants to try so bad to save your job. Congratulations, Alexis. You're going to team with Hey Mr. Rabbit and 2 partners of your choosing against my hand-picked team of 4. And if you're curious who it might be, it seems that a lot of you can't seem to keep certain members of this roster, retired members of this roster, out of your mouth. So if you want to see a return to the old days of MNW, Rabbit, you're going to get it. Because that is Helix sucks.
Ha 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 ha. Hey, good on him. He couldn't do 3, so he went 4. How brave! How brave of you.
I mean, Helix taking his time. If there's one man who's not afraid to confront the general manager...
Lawson with the revelation earlier tonight. I demand Lord V or the Cleaver at Multivania. They have been a thorn in my side, and now they've been a thorn in the side of my Citric.
Ah, Helix sucks. Of course, I couldn't forget about you. So this whole revelation with Lord V has got you riled up now, does it? Well, I'll tell you what. Getting what you want doesn't start with interrupting me. Apparently no one watches this show. It never ends well for anyone.
Then allow me to put this into terms that you can understand. Either give me what I want, or what happened to your father would be child's play compared to what I do to you. I'm not out here to negotiate, and I'm not out here to play games.
Okay, well, there is no need to get all worked up, Helix. I'm sure that we could come to some kind of an understanding, all right? So you want a match with Lord V or the Cleaver? Well, considering there's a lot of people that want their hands on Lord V, I think the Cleaver is readily available for you at Multivania.
I care not who it is. But there will be no rules in this matchup, Lawson. You will give me the Cleaver. Without any regulations to follow. I am going to show the Multiverse that I am not to be trifled.
You know what, Helix? I'm going to do you one better. Multivania is about making history. So you want the Cleaver so bad, you think that what you would do to me would be so bad. Here's something that's never been done in MNW history. I have a match in my brain that we have never seen before, and it's right up your alley.
As long as the shackles are removed, I will compete in whatever stipulation you desire, Lawson. But I would take the bass out of your voice when you speak to me. Because the Cleaver will become an example of those that try to cheat death.
Well, congratulations, Helix, because you may have just written a check that you can't cash. Because at Multivania, your undefeated streak will be on the line against the Cleaver in a match never before seen. It will be you versus Cleaver in an Inferno match. And I hope he burns you alive. Your streak, your career, your legacy will go up in flames. And the Cleaver will burn you with the flames of hell for what you insinuated about my father. You think that's cute? You think that death has no equal? Well, you will learn the hard way when he burns more than your face, you relic.
All right, so note to self: never touch the, never push the button that about Lawson's father. So let's just start with that one. And well, I mean, let's just get right on into this real quick. The Cleaver versus Helix X at Multivania in a Inferno match. Now, for those who have no idea what a Inferno match is, there is this ring of fire centered around the outside of the ring, right onto the, what some would say, the hardest part of the ring, on the apron. Now, this fire continues to build and build and build up as the match progresses. The first person to burn their opponent, that is the winner.
An absolutely fitting thematic match for a demon and death itself.
For sure, for sure. I mean, how else do you test the undefeated streak of Death himself than using elements that he has been shown to command at will? And I mean, especially against a demon from hell.
Well, let's just hope they don't take everything with them.
God, I hope. I hope they don't either. But also in the match, also what Lawson announced was the match for Rabbit's general manager position. Rabbit and Alexis Edmonton, as well as two other unknown opponents, are going to be taking on a team of Lawson's choosing. Now, who these four people are going to be, I have no idea. And it kind of terrifies me because Lawson has a proverbial multiverse of people to pick from. The last time the Brass was challenged was the Crew, NG, Arkoff, and Rabbit, and they came out with the Doom guy, Mr. X. Can't remember the third one, but he was massive, and it was terrifying.
See, it's entirely possible that Lawson could go for the every other creature in the multiverse. I'm thinking he might be a bit sneakier. You see, it's possible that Lawson might instead go for, since everyone is so coming out of the woodwork to support Rabbit in his position, it's sort of an imbalance of who wants what, especially from the crowd. It wouldn't surprise me if Lawson came out with a lot of other fan favorites on his side to balance it out and make the audience question whether they really want Rabbit to win.
Legitimately speaking, I have an idea of who he might pick, and I hate it. I don't know if they...
Dare I ask?
I'll just write it down on this piece of paper and just kind of slide it over to you because I don't want to jinx it.
Well, at least I could say if I were in Alexis Edmonton's position, I would be looking at other former members of the Empire that Lawson has been picking, shall we say, in the past few months. But we will see. We will see very soon in Multivania.
For sure, but
You can have this paper back. You can have this paper back. I don't want it anymore.
Yeah. I figured you wouldn't like it. You in particular. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go right on ahead and get on into the next thing here. So, ladies and gentlemen, before, for the last few weeks, the Cyberbots have been proclaiming themselves to be the best trios team in the entirety of the multiverse. And just last week, we saw them go up against the Murder Cave, the #1 contenders for the trios titles. And this week, well, I guess Lawson had a bit of a funny bone inside of him this week, because he decided to have the Cyberbots go up against AAA, Demolition Fox, El Pollo de la Muerte, and Otoro Azul. And here we see Cool J Kyo, Yo Kyo, the Cyber Controller, and Talos Sid. Talos Sid, still undefeated, ladies and gentlemen, has not been pinned nor submitted in not only singles contests or tag matches. And as far as starting out
These
strong,
records.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that these records are tantalizingly on the line lately. I can't imagine that everyone's going to get out of Multivania unscathed.
Well, entire careers are being put on the line lately as well.
Yeah, entire careers. I mean, streaks, careers, titles. I mean, what else do you need to put up for the biggest show of the year?
The biggest question that's been on everybody's lips, on everybody's minds in the locker rooms lately has been, if you're not on Multivania, the kind of question is, what does it take to get noticed around here? And some people decide to put up everything they got.
Well, especially in a lot of cases to where they've tried, they've made attempts. Oh my God, Talos! Sorry, just yeeting around Demolition Fox as if Fox was weightless. My God. Train of thought. So a lot of people have tried to get on the card as best they can. I mean, best I can think of was Electro Reality. They tried to get on the card by winning the tag team titles. I mean, going in as champions is a huge thing in itself. Troll Train tried to with their streak, didn't really get it. So at the moment, we don't know if they are in. I mean, hell, even Spectre Sonata even tried it with, well, I mean, CG here getting into the King of the Showcase match. So at least somebody in the Soul Train is being represented.
Indeed. Though, they're not represented in this current match, which is absolutely all over the place. Tramerman has having trouble panning out appropriately.
It was like this last week, too, wasn't it? With the Murder Cave, Heath Lawson threw on the stipulation of Tornado Tag, I think.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, and speaking of feeling cheeky, maybe he's like, that's kind of a weird way to treat cyberbots, as, oh, you know those, this is gonna sound bad, you know those, training, AI in, like, games?
Yes.
Where you just,
Yes.
you throw whatever you can to test themselves.
Well, here we have the chicken wing applied to the Cyber Controller, and your winners, the Trios Champions, Triple A! The chicken wing, once again, is becoming one of, if not the deadliest submission in the entirety of Friday Night Flashbang.
Absolutely. Matt Jack is also probably the biggest fan of that move at the moment. He's been using it a lot, I've noticed.
That sounds like Mad Jack.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, the Cyberbots, oh man, they were dismantled in there. You were talking about training AI earlier. I think they may have downloaded that dummy AI.
Oh. Well, I do know for certain that the Cyber Controller has been very adamant that they are downloading information from these matches, basically optimizing themselves to become the perfect trios tag team. So we'll be seeing more of them in the very near future, I have a feeling. Whoever comes walking out of Multivania with those belts, I have no doubt about it, they're going to be gunning for them. Because whether he's AAA or whether he's the Murder Cave, it'll be open season, essentially.
I mean, kind of going back to your guys' point earlier, I mean, Lawson making the Murder Cave versus Cyberbots match Tornado, I mean, I'm just over here thinking, who is going to tell the Murder Cave that they have to be contained? I'm not. Allfather terrifies me.
Yeah, I stay away from that particular part of the locker room.
The Allfather's terrifying. Grizzly is just menacing. And Chaz has this like smirk, like he's dissecting you and rebuilding you, and it's kind of intimidating. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, at least we don't have to be worry about being turned into cybernetic counterparts of ourselves. But I believe that's all we got for this segment. What do we got up next, Joe?
Coming up next, we hear some words going into his World Heavyweight title match against Jack Andrews. We hear from the World Heavyweight Champion, Victor Vicious.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the cartel continues its streak of dominance, and it will roll through Multivania unimpeded. Because tonight, Hutch Cale takes care of his loose ends. And at Multivania, I take care of mine. You see, what's important is that the cartel's momentum is not stopped by anyone or anything. Distractions are no longer allowed. That's why we're wrapping up our business these next upcoming weeks. It's gonna be a piece of cake. And Jack, buddy, I thought long and hard about coming out here and throwing you in some kind of match against, I don't know, maybe that tiger you're so scared of. Yeah, did y'all know that Jack Andrews is scared of a man in a tiger mask? And I don't mean Shere Khan. Yeah, he doesn't want you to know that. But there's a lot of things Jack doesn't want you to know. Like how he knows I'm better than him. How he know? Well, that is Dr. Caliban.
That is Dr. Caliban. What an honor.
Sorry, Victor. I didn't mean to come out here and interrupt you. You don't mind if I call you Victor, do you? Because Vicious doesn't really seem to fit you lately. It's more advantageous or aloof or lazy would be a better last name for you. So Victor, it is.
Oh, Dr. Caliban. My old pal of House Caliban. You know, I figured y'all would have learned your lesson. I mean, after you ran and you ducked us and we handled you in the first ever Survivor Series match, but here you are, still running your mouth, even though you got no beef with the cartel anymore.
Well,
Doc.
actually, that's where you're wrong. I was hoping that you would be able to help me. You see, my creation also seems to have a bit of a winning streak at Multivania, and yet he doesn't seem to have anything to do. So I thought I would come out here and challenge your pet to take on my creation.
Oh, you want Nidzig, do you? Well, unfortunately, he's not really here tonight to talk about whether or not he would even accept that challenge, and, you know, I would feel kind of bad accepting it on his behalf. Besides, I kind of need him in my corner, if you catch my...
Oh, Victor, I'm sorry. I apologize. I made it sound like you had a choice. I've already spoken with representatives of the brass. Nidzig will be taking on the creation for that exact reason, so that he cannot be in your corner at Multivania. If you're going to beat Jack Andrews, you're going to do it alone.
You know what, Doc? You're spitting a lot of venom for somebody who doesn't have his creation out here and is within Vicious clothesline range. So maybe what you should do is shut your mouth, turn around, and get out of my ring, because you're starting to piss me off.
No, I don't think I'll do that, Mr. Vicious. All I'll say is that not only are you going to have to defeat Jack Andrews all on your own, but the creation is going to make an example out of Nidzig. As far as I'm concerned, if Nidzig wasn't involved in that 8-man showcase, the creation would be fighting you at Multivania. But this will be a good preview, because if you retain, the creation is coming.
I got a better idea for you, Doc. You want to play Who Knows the Brass better? I got a proposal for Mr. Lawson. Since Jack Andrews always shows up in his gear wanting to fight, and the creation seems to want to fight, how about you two square off here tonight? The cartel's a little busy, but we're more than happy to watch some good entertainment.
If Mr. Lawson deems that a match worthy of the MNW Multiverse, then so be it. The creation is more than happy to fight. Unlike you, Victor. You're not much of a fighting champion. You're more of a prize fighter, which is completely fine. It's just not really what I would expect from MNW royalty. I guess we'll see if you're a fighting champion at Multivania or if Jack embarrasses you.
All right, let's go on and talk about this first and foremost before we talk about the main event of Multivania. First things first, the Creation, who's also coincidentally undefeated at Multivania, goes up against Nitzig Gunkgobla of the Cartel, and oh my god, this is a hoss fight to end all hoss fights. I can guarantee it.
I invested in a recent, a local contracting company that I think may be hired to rebuild the ring.
Legitimately speaking, I cannot wait for this match. These are two of the hardest hitting guys that we have on Flashbang, and they are about to brutalize each other. Nitzig definitely needs, like, a win like this could definitely send Nitzig skyrocketing back into title contention, guaranteed. And the Creation, I mean, same could go for the Creation as well. I mean, continuously being undefeated, trying to match Helix Lux's record. I mean, that's gotta mean big things in the future. But also,
See,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm interested about how this outcome will go because I feel like both of these contenders, these wrestlers, they have been on the back foot recently. They've been kind of hanging out off at the sides, picking up matches every once in a while. This is a chance for either of them to gain massive momentum.
But, ladies and gentlemen, another match that was talked about was the main event of the second night of Multivania. Jack Andrews, the Black Prince of Wales, going up against the mob boss, the world heavyweight champion, Victor Vicious. And also, a bit of clarification, Jack and, like, the Tiger Mask guy, that's not Shere Khan, King from Tekken. Yeah, let's just say him and Jack Andrews go way back. He doesn't fear King. Let's just say he's, King's a bit of a touchy subject for him.
Lots of emotions there.
A little bit. Like, he can get in, Andrews can get into it himself. I don't want to tell his story for him, but yeah, it's a lot of memories for him. But ladies and gentlemen, seriously though, I mean, I just want to say this. Jack Andrews called his shot months ago, saying that he will main event Multivania, and here he is at the main event. Win or lose, he has fulfilled his promise.
There's also the elephant in the room where his contract is apparently set to expire at Multivania. Unless it gets renewed, he might be walking out with a belt that night and no contract holding him to MNW.
He would be the
A
biggest
wrestler
free
walking
agent.
off.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
A wrestler walking out with the belts. That will burn everyone in the locker room.
Oh yeah, especially Lawson.
Well, maybe, like, it's possible that that'll be Rabbit's problem.
Very true. Anything can happen, Multivania. Everything is being put on the line. Jobs, opportunities, careers, and titles. Just a little bit of honor now, here and there. Plenty of honor, you could say.
For sure. But will Jack Andrews perform probably the greatest heist in MNW history? Will he sign? Who knows? We will come this Sunday. But until then, we have a bit of a grudge match to kind of get into, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go right on ahead and see the homicidal Suicide Gemini going up against Zephyr Tail of Apex, the sunken pirate captain, and this fucking dick. This asshole just walks right in front of the camera. Fucking blight.
Does he really seem like the type to care, though?
No, he doesn't. ahead of their match at Multivania, we have, I mean, the Homicidal one goes right up against the Sunken Sea Captain, and, God, that match in general has a lot of implications. Outlaws being banned, the ban on the Outlaws just being lifted out of, if they win. God, who knows what they would be able to do at that point.
Maybe they'll run some more people over. Anyways, regarding this match, it looks like they're both pretty decently matched at the moment. Though Zephyr being knocked out on the back, not a good look.
Well, I mean, Zephyr Tail has shown to be one of the more, like, one of the toughest guys in all of Apex outside of, you know, the literal big names in Blight Howlers, both Minotaur brothers, and especially their leader Mizuki and Nero Napier.
I mean, we saw Zephyr Tail actually duke it out in an Orcish arena, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which is, that is a certain amount of hellish punishment you're putting yourself through, just being brutalized in the ring, but he's also up against Suicide Gemini, and that ban, aside from maybe short of the madness in recent times, I can't really think of anyone besides Nero, maybe, who's taken as much punishment, and is able to dish out as much punishment as Suicide Gemini. That is sort of part of his namesake.
Well, let's not forget the hardcore submission match that Zephyr had with Jack Andrews back at last year's Multivania. Jack Andrews had to, like, wrap him up in tight. No, it wasn't. I want to say it was with Jack Andrews. I remember Zephyr Tail getting choked out with a kendo stick. It's been a...
Jeez.
Yeah, I know it's been a bit. You don't forget the image of some of that, but I guess you kind of forget who did it. But a coast to coast.
Okay, now I'm worried. Are they gonna be?
So I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
I'm worried. Are they gonna be letting weapons being brought into the ring with this four team tag match? Because oh no.
God, I hope not.
You have to wonder, does Gemini feel outnumbered and outgunned? There's no one in his corner anymore.
I don't think he really cares. Like, if he gets jumped like that, that's just more pain to him. More pain means, well, a lot of things that I wish not to mention.
Gain is the word you're looking for.
Yes, let's go with that one. Anyway.
See,
So
no, it's all right. Personally, I always heard that wrong. I thought it was no pain, no sprain, as though like you aren't really experiencing pain like a sprain if you're walking on.
The kiss of despair and the 3 counts, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner, Suicide Gemini. Reveling in the win after beating the Sunken Sea Captain, and friggin' Zephyr is not looking too happy here. Yeah, he's
I'm
hanging
surprised
outside
that
the ring.
Jason Labris didn't just immediately start to beat him up.
They probably realized there wasn't much point.
I kind of have to agree with CG
More
on
fun at
this one.
Multivania, yeah.
I mean, prior to Multivania, you have the Outlaws, Suicide Gemini, and Manatee going up against Mizuki Napier, Satiris Basilicus, Crimson Phoenix, and Zephyr Tail. If the team of the Outlaws and Hell's Kitchen win, that is the Outlaws' ban on Flashbang immediately gone.
A truly horrifying thought.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's not forget how they got banned in the first place. I mean, they used to run amok back when the Empire Terror was first getting started, and they just kept escalating and escalating, and it got to a point to where Rabbit, in his actual infinite wisdom, had just decreed, no, you guys are gone, and they just ended up on Warzone, where it didn't
Which,
get much
as far, yeah, sorry about that, Warzone. That's RB.
I assume there's going to be chance of we don't want of you can have them and take it back in the crowd, take them back in the crowd.
Well, it kind of doesn't matter whether who sent who where, because as Mizuki herself declared, everybody on Apex's list is getting hit. It doesn't matter if it's on Flashbang, if it's on Warzone, or honestly, it wouldn't stop beyond the roster. They are out for blood. They just want everyone who has ever wronged them to pay, and just to be reminded of the sheer force that Apex is. So, even if there hadn't been the ban and they had moved over, Apex would have just eventually gone after the Outlaws anyway. As we can sort of see with the fact that until recently they've Zephyrtail and Labris, a few others, maybe even Blighthouse has shown up on Warzone. That's always scary when you see them looming around in the back, and then they just pounce.
Like a pack of predators, I agree. It is unsettling to say the least. But coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have our Flashbang promo of the week. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know, we have a bit of a retirement match coming up in the future, and we hear from one of those individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, Burnout Vaughn.
Well, here we are. Been a while. I thought I put all this behind me. Don't know why I thought that would go as planned. Plans and me don't get along. Nothing about me ever went to plan. I was never supposed to be here. I wasn't supposed to thrive here. I wasn't supposed to make friends. I was never supposed to be a champion. But here we are. Funny how that works. I wasn't supposed to come back. I was done. I was out. The gunslinger holstering his 6-shooters and riding off into the sunset, never to be heard from again. I should have known. Maybe I did. Somewhere deep down in my bones. Gunslingers don't live to grow old and die asleep in big comfy beds. Nah, they die on their backs all right, with their boots on, sucking wind through holes in their chests as they go down fighting to make sense of a world they had to take by the throat and force everything they could out of. But I tried to walk away, put all this behind me and redefine my violent existence as something peaceful and new. But you fuckers just wouldn't leave me alone. I'd be having a drink somewhere and some nobody would come up to me. Vaughn, you see what happened this week? What you gotta say about it? When are you gonna come back? People keep talking about how they want to team with you. They want to see you tear into someone with a promo again. Have one more match with you. When are you coming back? And after I'd leave these fucking pricks picking their teeth off the pavement, I'd say, leave me the fuck alone! I'm done! That was the plan. Plans change. The lawyer found me, buried me in money to do some shows. I was disgusted with myself. But what'd I care? I kept telling myself, this'll be the last time. After this, they'll finally forget about me and leave me fucking be. That was the plan. That's when I got the call. I expected it to be the lawyer, jerking my leash to come feed at the bowl of MNW like a good whipped dog. It wasn't. It was someone I knew of. Someone I never met face to face. Someone still here from the old days I could argue I respected. They didn't want to drag me out in front of the crowd for a reaction. They didn't want to suckle on me like a parasite so they could become something they were never gonna be. They only wanted one thing. They needed me to do what I do best. Embrace the violence and turn my demon loose on some unsuspecting fool. To make people regret ever stepping into the ring expecting to meet eyes with another civilized being. They needed me to be me. The lawyer found me after that. I could see in his eyes he had a plan. He thanked me for my time coming to the show. There was a question hanging on a tight rope of unspoken tension in the air. He tells me how it's a shame this person who brought me here, despite all their hard work, didn't have a match for Multivania. That was the plan, at least. The plan has changed. Wiley, I'd like to be the first one to congratulate you on making the dumbest mistake of your career, your life, hell, maybe in all the multiverse, because you have awoken something worse than any dragon. You woke up the biggest, meanest, hungriest demon in all the multiverse, the one I kept chained, locked up, buried down in the well of my soul from all you dumb sons of bitches. And now that he's awake, I'm gonna let him out and drink his fill of all the blood, anger, and violence I starved out of myself while I walked away. So get ready, because come Multivania, you're not dealing with the boozy brawler. You're not dealing with the one-man bar fight. And you're not dealing with the roughneck of MNW. You're dealing with Burnout Vaughn. And in case you didn't know, I'm the meanest, dirtiest, most cutthroat thing to ever spit into the multiverse. And this is where it all ends. So you better be prepared to bury me in that ring with my boots on. Otherwise, I'm gonna take my first step walking back into that sunset over your cold, dead body.
Yeah. That's what I remember about Vaughn. Whew. Like, legitimately speaking, like back when Vaughn in his heyday, it felt like you had to take 20 steps back away from like any kind of monitoring system in fear of having your teeth kicked in through the freaking monitor.
I just do not have words.
And
It's
as someone on social media has pointed out, joke's on you. Wiley is always cold. Thank you for relieving the tension.
Yes, Wiley, excellent fighter. Not entirely sure they're up for this, but even so, it's going to be a heck of a going away fight.
Especially since Vaughn is determined to go out with his boots on and go out swinging the only way that he knows how.
Can you really expect any less of the man?
No, I can't. And honestly speaking, for the first time in a long time, because I've seen him go up against Blighthouse. I've seen him go up against numerous people, hell, even the Four Horsemen. But this is the first time I have been terrified for Wiley.
A man with nothing to lose is a most dangerous man indeed.
For sure. Faye, what do you think?
Oh boy, it's like some kind of fantasy western thing we got going on here, ain't it? Because we got Wiley, the white dragonborn, if I'm correct, but he's also a lycanthrope. And you got the gunslinger over there in the other corner.
Wiley's not a lycanthrope. He's just he was a dragonborn.
Huh. I could have. All right.
Shere Khan's the lycanthrope, and so is Blight.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah. It's hard to keep track of that sometimes.
Let's just say, in certain situations, it never leaves your mind.
Well,
That's all.
Definitely gonna be a match we're gonna have on the mind for quite a while. I haven't personally seen a Burnout in action. This is gonna be hellish.
Prepare for blood, curses, a lot of swearing. Yes, I said that twice. More blood. Something gets broken, and also sometimes, like, here's what he used to do during his no DQ matches. He would literally take a cigarette out of his pocket, light it, and then put the ash end on someone's back. I've seen him do that like 5 times.
We are in for something that is going to make even Gemini pause.
Yes, and also a lot of alcohol. Wouldn't be surprised if there's like a mid-match beer break.
Huh.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we have a whole lot more coming for you. Speaking of speaking of Shere Khan, we have a bit of a tag match. The King of the Jungle himself, going before his match against the Bulldog Grant Martin, teams up with the Chocolate Zombie Graven Allen. Preparing for his match going into Multivania. Here, their opponents is the Bulldog Grant Martin representing Honorbound, and the Mad Lad of London representing the Three Kings, returning to Friday Night Flashbang, Ginger Boy. And starting off strong, we have a bit of the opponents are facing well, their opponents. I'm not gonna lie. Gingy doesn't make as many frequent trips back to Flash, but when he does, they're explosive. The pop is deafening.
Gingy is an explosive wrestler, both in the ring and also in presentation. It's understandable that the crowd would be attracted to such a man like that. Even so, Shere Khan is no slouch. He's really taking it to the former Flashbang champ.
Oh God, knees
Absolutely.
straight to the face. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Probably just spurred on by the fact that his own opponent, the Bulldog Grant Martin, is in the ring. Things have been incredibly heated between the two of them. Shere Khan just is adamant that Grant Martin's just being controlled. He's just being manipulated. But on the part of the Bulldog, he's just doing what he thinks is right and what makes sense. So this is just a preview, kind of the tension and just the sheer ferocity we're going to get, because all your opponents in here, as you know, are going to be in their own special singles matches. We're going to have Shere Khan versus the Bulldog Grant Martin, and we're going to have the Mad Lad himself up against Graven Allen. I don't know if it's on the same night, but we will see both of those matches over the weekend.
Matches to catch, to be sure.
And here we have Ginger Boy going up against his Multivania opponent, Graven Allen, and the Bulldog going up against Shere Khan. It looks like that they changed partners back. They changed partners back once again.
Little bit of a do-si-do.
A little bit of a roundabout, take your partner to and fro. I swear though, I'm not gonna lie though, I think my most anticipated match outside of some title matches is gonna be Graven versus Ginger. Just two of the best strikers that MNW has, just going at it, just giving it their all, especially with both of them really not knowing what limits are.
I can't agree more, and if there's anything that I am always pulling for, it's seeing people give their all.
Looks like the Mad Lad lock was locked onto Graven. Bulldog broke it up and trying to go for that pin onto Graven, but Shere Khan broke it up. Tiger Bomb! Going for that cover. Ginger Boys catches Graven at the Mad Lad roundhouse. And a kick
I'm
out
amazed
at
that it didn't hit the ref.
Gingy's precise with those strikes.
Very true, very true. You know, precision is often overlooked when it comes to wrestling. A lot of people, like, you talk about wrestling to your average fan, and they're more likely to say, oh, brute strength and size. Oh, that must be the way to win, but in most cases, it's usually about where you throw that punch, not about throwing the punch with the most power behind it.
Oh, yeah, and like, what? Oh, here we have the Bulldog choke, the choke chain onto Graven, and Graven taps. So, ladies and gentlemen, your winners is the Mad Lad himself, Ginger Boy, and the Bulldog Grant Martin of Honorbound. Gingy a little reluctant, looks like, to congratulate with Grant, especially. Well, we all heard Gingy's opinions of Simon the Psycho from back when he was on Flashbang. But this is leading up to Grant Martin versus Shere Khan. If Shere Khan beats Grant Martin has to leave Honorbound. But if Shere Khan, what would happen if Grant Martin wins? Is he forced? No, he's just forced to look out on the side.
He's just going to have to deal with it. Yes, to my correction, he's just going to have to put up with the fact that he's joined Honorbound. I believe closer to the Bulldog's own words would be that he just has to drop the issue. He can't bring it up again.
For sure. I mean, these two, this is like, so for those who don't know, this is not going to be the first time that these two have gone at it. In fact, these guys literally fought like cats and dogs back in the early stages of Flashbang. These two used to be hated rivals up until the inaugural tag team showcase match where they came out being dubbed Tooth and Claw, thinking, they put their differences aside for a little bit just to try and get some gold, especially since, the inaugural tag team champions were on the, like to become the inaugural tag team champions is a very interesting proposal. But then they just got along famously, and then, well, unfortunately, Shere Khan had to be left out on injury after, getting turned into a were-tiger and figuring all that out. And then Grant Martin ended up joining Honorbound. Ended up forming Honorbound at last year's Multivania. Which would be interesting.
Speaking of which...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Speaking of that whole lycanthropy situation, what are the odds that we're going to see that come out in this particular fight?
It depends on how much Grant pushes Shere Khan. But that's not the only match that we have to discuss. No. We have to show up. We have to talk about Graven versus Ginger Boy. Oh man, Graven calling out Ginger Boy for months. Even when it looked to be his Multivania dreams were dashed, he still pursued. He still told Gingy that he wants this match. And frankly, I am glad Graven got that opportunity because I am looking forward to this one the most.
Oh, there's so many slobberknockers on this list. I honestly don't know how half of these matches are going to go, other than, I assume, to the hospital.
Yeah.
Well, the Madness will, I'm sure, be very happy to greet everybody as they eventually get swept through the doors.
I do wonder what he's been up to.
Healing, I hope, after that rough match, but inflicted upon him by Hutch Kale. But we will hear more from that situation tonight. But what do we got next, Joe?
Coming up next, we have some words from one half of the tag team champions. We hear from the Sandman.
A lot of people have been curious about what we were going to do in Multivania after we beat Electro Reality, because there hasn't been a #1 contendership match. There hasn't been an announcement from the brass. And so I and Thunderbolt are going to take the initiative when it comes to Multivania. Thunderbolt and I are issuing an open challenge for the World Tag Team titles, which means if you want a shot at Multivania, all you got to do is step up to the plate, bucko. Because if nobody's going to capture the opportunity, we're going to lay it right in front of each and every one of you. I don't care who it is. I don't care what show you're on. All I care about is that at Multivania, the Time Bandits do what they do best. That is retain this gold and prove that we are the best tag team in the history of professional wrestling. And with every win, we cement our legacy as being that much better than any team that has ever walked through these doors. And at ladies and gentlemen, that's the Citra King.
That's the Orangeman.
So, I couldn't help but hear you say open challenge, which, I mean, you said anybody, right? And, well, I'm certainly a somebody, and, you know, we've never really seen eye to eye, you being a Flashbang original and, you know, me being all better than Flashbang and having the Interdimensional Championship and all that stuff, but I'm going to stop you right there. All you had to do was say that you wanted a shot. We're willing to put these belts on the line against anybody, and yeah, that includes you. There's just going to be one little problem, Citric. I think your tag buddy in Death Juice, Helix, he's a little busy at Multivania. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's busy making history in the first ever Inferno match. I mean, you wouldn't know anything about making history, but when you've been around as long as myself and Helix, and, well, you just kind of eventually make history. You know, like how I was the first ever Warzone competitor to ever win the Interdimensional Championship. That kind of history. You know what, Citric, are you going to accept our challenge or not? And if you are, we need to know who your team is going to be. Because as far as I'm concerned, we're in. I would have no problem kicking you from turnbuckle to turnbuckle, rope to rope, corner to corner, all over this arena, to show you why Flashbang is the superior show. Aw, that's cute. Well, I was thinking about who my tag partner could be, and I mean, there was another Citric running around here. I mean, what could you imagine two Citrics, two of us, with the belts around our waist? I mean, that would be crazy, right? Sandman, I wouldn't do. Would I do that? Sure as hell better not do that. We already found out that Lord V was prancing around as the other Citric. You should be dealing with him. Shouldn't you be helping Helix? I'm shocked you're even out here in the first place. But sure, if you want to bring out another Citric, fine. Citric King and Citric Kane versus the Time Bandits for the World Tag Team titles at Multivania. No. I was just yanking your chain. No, Sandman, you have the honor of being able to lose not to Death Juice, not to two Citrics, but to the greatest tag team MNW has ever seen. 6-time tag team champions, Deus Pulp. See, now you're speaking my language. You got yourself a deal, Citric. At Multivania, it's the Time Bandits versus Deus Pulp, and we're going to show you that while you might have won the belt 6 times, we're only going to need to win them once, because you are never taking these belts from around our waist. And once we beat the most decorated team in MNW history, there will be no doubt that the Time Bandits are the greatest tag team on God's green earth, in this multiverse or any other. So let me leave you with this, Citric. Deus Pulp had their time in the sun. Deus Pulp had their time to shine. But at Multivania, it'll be the last time, because you boys are out of time.
A dream match in the making. This is a dream match. The Time Bandits, the Flashbang Originals, one of, if not the oldest team to exist on Flashbang, against the most notorious, the most decorated, the best tag team to ever come out of Warzone, Deus Pulp. Oh my god. I mean, we saw on social media match of the year contenders on paper. This is definitely one of them.
I admit that I came in a bit late to the scene, so the gravity is lost a little bit on me, but I've heard so many stories about this legendary tag team Deus Pulp. I cannot help but be excited to see what happens as these two legends collide.
I mean, to be fair, like, I will say this. CG, do you remember when there was the US Pulp Tag Team Invitational.
I do.
Named after these guys.
Oh. See, I thought it was just some sort of strange brand of orange juice I'd never heard of.
Well, it's simply one of the greatest tag teams to have ever been formed in MNW. Like, I mean, what is it? 7, 8-time tag team champions? I don't know. I've lost count. But yeah, this is gonna be this. I am legitimately so excited to see this match.
I can feel your excitement from here.
But, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have the Grim Reaper himself coming down to the ring in his finest leathers. And it looks like he's going up against one of the more well-known mercs here in MNW, Red Star Roman. If I remember correctly, this match is to determine like who kind of gets the advantage at Rabbit's Multivania match in the this coming Sunday.
Honestly, I don't have a lot of opinions on this one. Red Star Roman has always been a bit of a enigma to me. It's almost too simple, you know? A merc. That's it. But you always feel like there should be more. It makes me feel like there's something cooking under there. One thing's for sure, I do not want to be in the ring with him. And I certainly... Ooh, that is a nice maneuver right there, I'll tell you that much.
And looks like Reaper's just trying to get some sort of advantage over Red Star Roman. Ooh, big boot straight to the freaking jaw. Big splash.
First the boot and then a clothesline.
Oh, you were saying, Faye?
No, it's just, at least as far as Roman's concerned, I just kind of see a figure, like, it's like one of those, I can see him as one of those mercenaries where it's, you only hear, like, you don't exactly hear of his exploits because that's how good he's been at his job. There aren't really people who survive him, you know?
Oh, the ninja approach.
Or just he's so thorough that he eviscerates his targets. Kind of makes sense why he would maybe come at the MNW scene. It's just people on his more on his training level, or and it helps as well. Like some of the wrestlers like to put bounties on each other, like very openly and blatantly.
Oh, God, just kicking his chest in. It's like he's setting up. Oh, no, just tosses him to the ropes. Oh, God, that pop-up powerbomb. 1, 2. Kicks out at 2.
Full strength on display there.
For sure. Lifting up Grim Reaper like that and just dropping him with ease. Especially with this gut-wrench backdrop that he just did. It's like the Reaper's weightless or something.
I find that very hard to believe. The weight of death is really, really noticeable.
It looks like on the outside he's getting a little frustrated almost.
I kind of took that as Reaper trying to reassess his current situation. I mean, for those who don't remember, he used to be like the strategist for the Empire. He's got plans upon plans upon plans upon plans. But there's always a wrinkle. There's always something that kind of comes in to kind of mess everything up a bit. And unfortunately, the freaking wrestler Roman has had the advantage in this match for a good chunk of it.
Roman has certainly been, well, controlling the match for sure. Oh, right.
Burning hammer. Going for that cover. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no one kicks out of the burning hammer if you do it right. That is a deadly move that can destroy not only your neck, but your shoulders as well. And your winner, Red Star Roman. And
Camera catching all of those battle scars.
These battle scars tell a story. In this particular story, ladies and gentlemen, like we mentioned earlier, Rabbit is fighting for his old position back. And oh my god. On one hand, I would love to see Rabbit back back in his chair, on his Garfield phone, just making matches. On the other hand, I mean, I will admit Lawson has brought order to a very chaotic locker room, but recency has been kind of taking all the good and throwing it out the window, especially with his near bullying of Brawlkaiser.
Bullying the interdimensional champion, pretty much just trying to throw out APS, who is supposed to be on the side of the brass and Lawson in regards to controlling the magical fuckery that we've seen around in the ring. It kind of makes sense considering how up until recently the Citric Cane had been such a nuisance. APS wasn't really able to do their job, and the full effects of that have been rather seen. A lot of havoc has been reaped on the side of the Flashbang side of things.
To be honest, one has to wonder where it all stops.
Hopefully at Multivania, where chapters go to close and new ones begin again. So we will keep an eye out for this on Sunday. But until then, speaking of the interdimensional champion, ladies and gentlemen, we hear from the good boy, the Sentai hero, your interdimensional champion, Brawlkaiser.
Hi! So, as everyone already knows, at Multivania, I am going to be involved in a rather awful gauntlet match. It's really kind of scary because I've never really competed in anything like it before, and all of the highlights that I watch, it never really ends well for the people who start first. But I was able to do some research on the match itself, and I have some encouraging news that I think the brass should be aware of. So, a gauntlet match technically starts with two people in the ring, and then randomly, as they are eliminated, another person comes out from the back, but the order is completely random. I thought I had to start the match. Lawson made it sound like I had to go like 1 to whatever, but I don't. In fact, I would make the argument that because I'm the champion, I should be later in the match, not up front. So, that's good. So yeah, brass, I think the order should be completely random, so nobody has any kind of an advantage. So, I mean, yeah, maybe I start first or second, which would be really bad. But if it's random, then we have no idea who's coming out at any point. And then I might have a better chance at retaining my title, which, at the end of the day, it's all about defending the Interdimensional Championship. So I would like to do that with some form of opportunity and not have to go through 17 or 29 people. So yeah, that I hope the brass takes that under consideration, and I think the order should be random, and according to the rules, they are supposed to be random, so I have just as much a chance of being the first entrant as I do being the very last entrant. So I leave it in your very, very capable hands. And Lawson, you should really stop being so mean. And when I retain this Interdimensional Championship, I am going to go defend it everywhere. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Damn right there's nothing we can do about it.
Oh boy.
This has to be the biggest and by far the toughest challenge the good boy has been given a gauntlet match, and I mean, advocating for the lots to be lots to be random. I mean, to be fair, I mean, I'm proud of him in a way. I am very proud of him for finding a loophole. In another way, I'm terrified if he tries to find more loopholes, because I don't want. There have been jokes about people wanting to corrupt the good boy, and I wish for him to be pure.
To be fair, considering who he's been fighting all this time, not his challenges, but Lawson, a managerial bureaucrat who uses red tape as a weapon. A loophole may be the only weapon that he can use in a situation like this. So it's not so much corrupting as the only way he can feasibly fight back.
I mean, we saw that actually, now that you mention it, CJ, you make a good point. Because as we saw in the AAA match, when Doom pulled the chicken wing, and Magic proceeded to try to use it against Wang, proceeded to use it against El Pollo. El Pollo got him with a roll up. We saw Brawl Kaiser a couple weeks ago now. He used the juicer on the citric cane in that match. He's surprisingly clever when it comes down to it, and that's just kind of. I think that might be an instinctive thing, just kind of being able to seize an opportunity in the middle of battle because there's people counting on you. And I mean, if we know Brawl Kaiser, it's like he wants to do a good job as the good boy. Although he has been a little sassy lately, as we heard at the end there.
He's been taking a lot of inspiration from Tiki the Troll. I can just
adorable.
Like he thanks Tiki. So Brawl thanks Tiki for like giving him confidence back during the Nexus this past year. I would not be surprised if he also took trash talking from Tiki, and I can guarantee you, he does. Like, I mean, actually, and also CG here can guarantee, like, he doesn't talk trash to like be mean. He just kind of does it in like a jovial, like, in a kind of a jovial way, right, Tiki? Sorry, right, CG?
If there's anything that Tiki exemplifies, it's the phrase, "Lighten up, it's not that serious."
And yet, he teams with Johan. If that's not ironic, I don't know what is.
I think it's a mountain he's trying to climb, to be honest.
And that is a mountain of a man. Although it probably doesn't help with Tigeri there, kind of egging Tiki to do better. But enough about the Soul Train Alliance. I mean, legitimately speaking, like, so let's just name off some of the people that we know of that are in this gauntlet match. I mean, I believe Henry Cole and Lionel Matrix are in it. Rico Rose. I forgot. Is the Princedom? Did anybody in the Princedom say that they wanted to get in?
I'm not entirely sure.
I can't remember.
I don't remember myself.
I believe Spike. I know.
Yeah, Spike as well. DeLuna. The Night Reaper Zerikis. I mean, also, Squinto Bean, thank you for the resub for 6 months. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Oh my god, this is... Like, you keep... Like, the names keep coming in, and it just becomes more and more apparent that we may see the end of the Good Boys' reign.
We'll see, but there aren't a whole lot of better ways to go out than in pretty much the biggest match of his life. So we're just gonna have to see. I'm sure he'll pick himself back up, and then he'll get right back to doing what he's doing best, just being the best boy.
At the end of the day, if he does lose, he could absolutely say that it took 30 men to take his 1-year reign away.
For sure, but we had this match announced earlier on in the night, and, well, here it is. Coming next, we have the Creation, Christopher Caliban representing the House of Caliban, going up against the Black Prince of Wales, Jack Andrews, the #1 contender for the World Heavyweight title. And here we see both of these guys sizing up, and Creation doing a little bit of a slide. Intimidation tactics and the mind games are coming out the gates.
Maybe you learned a couple couple agile steps from Donkey King.
I mean, you got the dance, you got the impeccable dance moves of Donkey King. I mean, no offense, CJ, I did vote for you last year for the dance off.
None taken. No one expected that to come out, and honestly, I was fine losing to it.
And then you also have like the cunning, quick-feeted nature of Thunderbolt, the Highwayman. Seriously, that guy is surprisingly sneaky.
A highwayman, sneaky, perish the thought.
Okay, hush now.
God, dropping him onto the knee. Andrews certainly has a challenge in front of him.
Picking him up and slamming it up on the Creation's knee. Ooh, and a face buster onto the Black Prince. I do apologize.
You were talking about agility earlier, and that is probably the greatest weapon the Creation has. See, the Creation is a mountain of muscle, but being able to put that force earlier, I mentioned earlier, being able to put the force where it's needed, the Creation is fast enough to do that. And here's Jack being able to go to town on such a well-rounded and frankly terrifying individual.
I've been at their house. Yes.
I mean, I
Creation is
agree with
truly
you,
terrifying.
CJ. It is terrifying when you see the Creation bolt down the ramp.
And lock him up in the quarantine. Shades of Grim, and I mean, I can only assume that there's still a little bit of stank from that back and forth. Andrews, see, the main thing that I'm actually kind of like at all is that Jack Andrews is turning the Creation's raw power and trying to ground him down with his like just impeccable technique. I mean, they don't call him the Prince of Wales because he is of royalty. They call him the Prince of Wales because he single-handedly saved the British wrestling scene back in his home universe.
In fact, he is very proud of, I might add.
I mean, yeah, like, when he originally came around, yes, he did kind of boast about that, but now he's literally putting his money where his mouth is. And he got a freaking title shot at Multivania for it. I cannot shut up about how much I appreciate Jack Andrews. Not only as a competitor, but also, like, as a, as a guy in general.
Yeah, I mean, you know the phrase, don't cash a check your mouth can't, you can't, what is it? Don't cash a check,
Don't write a check your mouth can't, don't write a check your mouth can't cash.
Yeah, well, opposite of that, he basically writes his own, future, as we've seen. He said he was going to do it. He did do it.
Emerald Flossion! Going for that cover. 2! Ooh, kick out at 2!
Would you say that the Creation is a shade similar to Emerald?
Oh, he's a bit closer to Ruby right now. Just look at that crimson mask. God, that takes so much to break the Creation open like that. And here we got Andrews.
Second,
there we go again.
Emerald Flossion, Shades of Masawa. 3. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, the #1 contender Jack Andrews. And a bit of slowed momentum for the creation going into his Multivania match with Nitzik Gunk Gobbler.
It's definitely going to be a slobber knocker of a fight, but if I were to pick between the two, I would have to say that Jack Andrews needed that momentum more.
When going up against the head of the cartel, the world heavyweight champion, you need every little bit of not only momentum but also every bit of training that you can get at this point. But it's like the Sandman posted on social media, the creation will bounce back. He always does. And although I will say, I think the creation streak is at definitely going to go through its toughest trial. If he wins, that'll be amazing. If he loses, however, that's just another feather in the cap for the war boss.
Do orcs even wear caps? What would they even do with a feather?
I mean, we don't have to get super literal, but he is wearing a helmet. And I don't know, maybe turn it into a rocket launcher or something.
Orcs can do that?
I've seen it happen.
Surprised.
I've seen it.
One other thing I'd like to... Yep, go ahead.
Nah, I was... go ahead.
One thing I did want to bring up, actually, is the fact that it's kind of a smart move in a certain sort of way, because it certainly works out for Jack, because with the creation going up against Nexus Gunk Gobbler, well, that is one less member of the cartel that is going to be able to come to Victor's side. So it's going to be another situation, very likely. And I say very likely because we will find out again later tonight in regards to the Kales. Victor's not really going to have anybody in his corner keeping an eye out, be it running interference or helping Victor out if things are looking a little rough for the, the cartel mob boss.
Yeah, especially with Hutch Kale going into a Mandalorian death match at the main event of the Go Home show.
Absolutely, and the results of that, oh boy! But we're gonna get to that later.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that here in a moment. First thing is first, however, we are gonna go right on ahead and get back down into the ring to hear from the Omni Slayer, Jagger Blackthorn.
Greetings, Multiverse. I'm normally a man of few words, but it seems Kevgina continues to spread her lies and misinformation and get involved in matches that she had no business being in. So now, it's time to end this. Kevgina likes to make it sound like I'm the one that killed her loved ones, like I'm the reason for all of her pain and suffering. Well, let me ask you a question, Kevgina. Rather than blame me for doing what they wanted, did you ever ask yourself who put them in that state to begin with? Just because they didn't want to live anymore, because they were on death's door, and I granted them their request. You blame me. But who put them there? No, that would be an inconvenient truth, wouldn't it, Kevgina? And all you like to do is run your mouth about things you have no idea about. And that has led us on a collision course to Multivania, months in the making. And now I'm going to do what I should have done months ago, and that is shut you up, because now you have become a problem. What I did to dying souls on the road was mercy. But what I do to you at Multivania, it will be vengeance. It will be wrath. And it will be the wrath of an Omni Slayer. Just remember, Kevgina, you asked for this.
The Omni Slayer takes on the Faye Queen, and oh man, I understand Kevgina's respectfully angry at Jagger Blackthorn for killing her family members. But it's like Jagger says, it was a mercy killing. They were pretty much left for dead, and they wanted to die at the hands of somebody. Like, they wanted to die at the hands of the Omnislayer, not just dying and bleeding out, like in a what they would probably put as a disrespectful or pathetic way. Kathjina, however, sees the opposite of that. She just sees her two cousins brutally murdered in cold blood. And, you talk to anybody who's a friend of Jagger, he is torn up about this, but Kathjina is relentless, and countless social media posts about this. Like, let's just begin with that. She posts it on the when Flashbang's in session, when Warzone's in session. Hell, even keeps talking about it in her promos, and she also keeps talking about, like, other people, like, especially this, like, weird, mysterious person she's talking with on the phone, especially with Theron saying, hey, don't mess with her. I don't know what the situation there is, and frankly, I'm kind of scared, and I don't want to know. Either way.
Yeah, well, it's just kind of, I just classify that as personal business. You can keep the friends who you like and choose behind the scenes, but kind of at the end of the day, what this is just, Kathjina doesn't have any other way to process this, and sure, there might have been someone who maybe endangered these family members and put them in that position, but there's no other information about that. Jagger Blackthorn was the only one who walked out of that situation. He says it was a mercy killing, but, why would Kathjina believe him? I don't see much reason for her to believe him, and the pain of those individuals, those family members being gone, it's just heartbreaking. It's going to tear you up inside, and not everyone processes that in the same way. She's a Fae Queen. Maybe that's just how they process it. It's not really something I think we can comprehend, and especially considering we don't live for, like, thousands of years, like some of the individuals on the roster do. Some just exist. Some have lived for hundreds, thousands of years. Some are just people like us. But this is kind of just a story I see of both sides just trying to put it to rest. And, well, hopefully we're not going to end up with more bodies in the ring.
I hope it ends after this, if I'm being completely honest, because I don't know. I've seen what it's been doing to Jagger. I've seen what it's been doing to Kathjina, and frankly, this is the chance to blow it all off. Like, this is the blow off. This is the chance to put it to bed, to go past what, just to go past the actual situation. So, like, again, I just hope it ends.
A resolution is all we can really hope for.
Yep.
But coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the Flashbang main event. We have what is known as a Mandalorian deathmatch. What's a Mandalorian deathmatch, you say? Pretty much, you fight anybody, you fight your opponent until they're dead in the ground or knocked the fuck out. That's the best way it's been described to me. Mostly by Rabbit, but you kind of get the idea on that one. So let's go ahead and get on started. We have the Mandalorian himself, Hutch Kale, representing the cartel, coming out in what looks to be Imperial Beskar armor. And his opponent, his wife, coming out in her own Beskar, Kuso Kale. Both are suited to the, they are dressed to the fucking nines. They are ready for combat. This has got to be the most emotional match.
This was so hard to watch. These two, for this was so hard to watch. Yes, for the audience perspective of if you didn't catch this live or you're not as familiar with these two individuals' history, this is the armor they both wore when they initially met each other on opposite sides of the same war. And according to Hutch Cale's version of the story, that first encounter ended with him on his back and her pointing a blaster essentially in his face, and then she knocked him out, and when he woke up she was gone. And that's how it started. But
these two have been dodging one has been dodging the other more than the other way around, but this is a fight that has been a long time coming, to say the least. And suffice to say, even going past the Mandoa culture and everything involved with a warrior race like them, oh dear.
That Goomba stomp onto Hutch Cale's face. I'm sorry, CG, you were talking. I forgot about that move.
Even going so far as their warrior culture, you can tell there is so much going on here. So many emotions, so many regrets, past choices, and most of all, no one seems to have the full story here. They've been Kuso has been incredibly cryptic about a number of things, not the least of which being where she hid MJF's body, but that is neither here nor there.
For the last time, she is MJF. She just.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What did you say something?
Yeah. Kuso took the guise of MJF to get closer to Victor, and then when
she did. She definitely took the guys out, and shot him and hit him in a grave somewhere.
It's like talking to a brick wall that can go through a brick wall.
And Hutch is trying to get his bearings now, right hand to the face. Oh, and head first up now.
Vicious ladder shot, and just Hutch just working his wife into that corner there, just tossing her aside, grabs a ladder for himself, and just tosses it in the ring.
Speaking of a brick wall, did you know they have children?
Yes, I do. I believe they have 2 children.
2 children and a third by adoption, which makes this all the more worse.
Yeah.
I prefer not to think about that particular side of this fight.
They were yelling and screaming at each other. As we're gonna sort of see on the. We'll pick up some of it on the audio on our side. It won't be as audible for the audience, but they'll essentially be just calling each other out over the course of this match. Just Hutch asking why, and Kusa reiterating how she did everything to protect him, and he doesn't know from what.
Oh no. Oh god, setting her up and power slamming Kusa onto the ladder, breaking it in half.
Immediately cascaded into pieces. Oh god.
Yeah, it's one of those Lowe's ladders.
Yep.
Here you go.
You know, if you avoid the warranty on some of those Lowe's ladders, they just simply cease to exist.
Thank God we can put that on our taxes. Going in. Oh, DDT onto the middle of the ring. I will say though, like for a death match, this had a lot less weapons than I actually anticipated. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of expected both of them to just pull out their blasters and start shooting. But then again, the audience would get caught in the literal crossfire.
It might also have something to do with the armor. Armor is pretty resistant against blasts of that nature, but it's a lot easier to inflict harm to an individual wearing armor if you get them in, say, an arm lock.
This is, according to Hutch Kill, a right of single combat under Mandalorian law. So this is probably one of the versions where you just beat each other, just hand to hand. whatever you can get your hands on. The blaster's probably allowed.
Ooh. A return DDT onto the chair. Thank God she's wearing a helmet. If not, she'd be probably
I'll be honest, I don't think
open.
that helped that much.
No, it's as you're gonna see here in a couple moments, CG. Both of their targeting systems are going to get a lot worse over the course of their duel.
Yeah, especially since freaking Hutch has the steps. Oh God, just shot to her back. God, at this point, we've called a lot of very brutal, oh my God, deadly matches. This is definitely up there with Hutch and Madness. And here we see they worked their way up the ramp and just working the targeting system of Kuso's helmet. God, nothing but... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Leave it to the Warrior race to put out some of the most brutal matches.
I'm just gonna gesture to some pictures I've pulled up of the other warrior couples that we have on Flashbang. Yeah.
The Hutch Kale baiting Kuso into the back, where there is a whole lot more things to break back here if they don't break themselves first.
And a Riva Dirty powerbomb, shades of Victor Vicious, busting that table open. And, you know, I thought it was a stupid joke. Do you think Kuso ever, oh God, ever asked Hutch to take out the trash once many times? Well, I think he just did it.
You can hear Hutch screaming, "You ruined our family."
Boo!
And put the chairs away.
And, yeah, and probably put the chairs up too.
Would it be chairs? I mean, don't they have like space fighters?
I mean, a chair is a chair in any universe.
Yes. Yeah. The ref keeping a very a wide berth from the hallway, just poking his head in now and then. Yep.
Wise.
Sure they're alive.
Now, see, the interesting thing is, the smart money was on Hutch, actually. And the difference comes down primarily to their choice of armors. Whereas Hutch is more full-body coated. The one that Kuso is wearing is more streamlined and built for agility, which has its own strengths and weaknesses, and unfortunately one of those weaknesses is it can't take as much punishment. And sadly, that is the name of the game in this particular match.
In addition to that, with such a streamlined and that's relatively close to your body too, so that just increases the odds of just severe internal bruising. Just you will essentially be trapped in a crushed tin can, and that's a lot harder to get off.
Yeah, especially like if the joints get worked, like you mentioned before.
Oh God, I'm scared. They're very close to the fuse box again. That thing has seen so much abuse back here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think the last.
No. Never mind. He decided to go towards the. Oh no, he's got his eyes on the parking garage over there.
See, you have to be very careful with armor and any source of heat that may cause it to melt and potentially re-solidify. Nitzik once told me about an orc who had some form of acid spilled on him, and it caused the armor that he was wearing to melt into his skin and horribly disfigure him. Very, very tragic. Hopefully something like that won't happen here.
Yeah, let's hope to God no, because last thing we need is like someone with like a permanent robot arm just like infused into them and not, you know, an attachment or given to them willingly.
Or just half trapped in carbonite or something.
Oh God, that'd be the worst.
Yeah, no, I can see that if it gets that bad. And here comes Kuso, just tying him down.
Another dumb joke. She has told him to cool off one too many times.
It's just gunking up the probably the targeting system again. This is, I think this is the point where it'll just completely start breaking down for both of them. You can notice that they're slowly having a harder time just keeping track of each other, and hitting each other.
Who keeps a kendo stick in there?
Wrestlers.
Oh God!
Listen,
I don't keep a kendo stick in there.
I have seen people pull out chairs, kendo sticks, pull cues. One guy had a fork, like an actual like steak fork. Just repeated shots.
This is getting dangerous out here because at the right angle, they can just slide around like it's an ice rink out here. In that,
slide around, drop each other onto the hardest, coldest part of the arena.
And you can hear the sound too. You can probably hear it from halfway across the arena because everyone's just listening.
To be honest, I'm hoping they move away from that ambulance. Of all the cars around here, that is probably the most dangerous one if you want to find something in it.
Yeah, no, that is very true. Uh-oh. And she's run into a wall over there. Looks like he's trying to fix his helmet.
According to the Sandman, he knew a guy who had an old hockey stick in the back of his truck, like from 1987. It was pristine. Hey, had to be like a Gretzky hockey stick. And just, I think Hutch was trying to throw Kuso into the icebox, telling her to chill out. The catharsis would have been hilarious.
Just to line up chairs over here.
Just like, or as Rabbit has once said, just like get a bucket of chairs.
Oh no!
Oh god,
that is very poorly placed.
No, yes.
What are you doing, Hutch?
That was not OSHA. Oh,
I'm surprised he didn't fall over.
That was not OSHA certified.
Jumping off of the rack and delivering an elbow drop. I could have sworn I heard the jets in his boots go off for a bit, just to get it precise.
Ouch.
And just driving her into the wall.
Right over here by the car now.
Hutch has been on a tear for the past several minutes at this point. It really starting to feel like Kuso is just hanging in by a thread.
Well, we saw what he did to Madness again a couple weeks ago, and he didn't even stop when he was being carted out on a just carted out. He beat him up while paramedics were trying to escort him out of the arena, just unconscious at that point. Oh god!
And just working Kuso up the car, tossing her onto the hood. Arms hooked, bombshell cars onto the hood of that car, and your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Hutch Kale. A bit of payback for the first time that they've ever met.
Yeah, a bit of payback for the super kick that Kuso dealt him.
And a little payback, well, someone had to pay for that car anyways.
Yeah,
I think it was a rental. And surprisingly enough, that's covered under warranty. Ever since people kept destroying one of the they were treating cars as if they were as if it was in an actual demolition derby.
Yeah, like they were props. Like, come on, guys.
But, ladies and gentlemen, that's not where the fun ends. No. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have the flashbang moments of the week that happened right after this match came to a close.
Hutch Kale has defeated Kuso Kale with her own move on the hood of a car.
Does it mean?
I have no idea. Oh, wait a second.
What? What was that?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm being told that Hutch Cale is being... What is happening? Hutch Cale was on his way back to the ring, and he just got hit out of nowhere. Hutch Cale was on his way back to the ring. What is... Somebody... His body's being thrown around like a rag doll.
Oh! Is there a force?
What is happening?
I think that's the force. Don't worry, I'll get my force bat.
Dude, how do you fight the force?
With a bat.
Oh, God, Hutch is being tossed again. There is nobody there. Hutch has just been through a hellacious... Oh, and he just got pulled. Oh, and into that barricade. Hutch is being yanked around. Oh, into the wall. Where the hell is APS?
That's a good question. Where the...
How the hell do you throw a man around without even being there?
I think...
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Hutch thrown again.
Geez.
Oh, God, Hutch. Hutch being choked. He's being choked and tossed. Is this what Kuso meant by trying to protect Hutch? Hutch is on Dream Street. Oh, he's being choked again. Oh, into the barricade.
Oh, God.
That box, that crate. Good God, he is not moving.
He is not looking great.
Oh, and now he's being choked again. But from where?
He's being force choked.
How? What the hell is a force choke?
I think. I don't know.
Oh,
This
God,
has
it's
to be
Hutch
force
again
stuff.
flipped.
I'm not going out there. It's scary.
Somebody has got to stop this. Look at this man is being tossed around. And oh, God, not again. Again, oh, God. Picked up by his throat and just tossed.
Oh, my God.
And now again being choked. And Hutch is not moving. Hutch is being choked out. Even the referee is confused. What is happening? Who the hell is that?
I was joking.
Okay, CG, Faye, I've got a very important question for you. Was that actually Darth fucking Vader?
I really hope not.
Me
but
too.
It would not.
Please don't anger Egg Sarkoon.
We have enough to
We
deal
already
with
have
when
one
it comes to
Sith.
Exar.
We already have one Sith. We don't need more. Please.
This is getting out of hand. Now there's two of them. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is
That's
it.
your moment of the week.
That is your moments of the week, and that is it for Friday Night Flashbang. Please tune in to Night 2 of Multivania on July 10th at twitch.tv/Edward Bosco, Sunday at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Oh, God. So many matches. Victor Vicious versus Jack Angels for the World Heavyweight title. Dues Pulp versus the Time Bandits for the tag titles. The Murder Cave versus AAA for the Trios Championship. Rabbit possibly getting his job back. The king of the showcase match. Good luck, CG. And we have the Interdimensional Gauntlet match, just to name a few. Seriously, that's CG. I'm pulling for you.
Well, thank you kindly. I will give it my all, as I always say.
Until then, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Multivania, Night 2, July 10th, twitch.tv/Edward Bosco, as the graphic says. But we are not done yet. No. We are going to go into a classic call-out, since Travis was a little busy this week with with Multivania things. You will definitely hear that at the pre-show. You will learn. We will talk about that more at the end of the broadcast. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into a classic call-out. Take it away, I guess, past me. God, that's weird to say. Anyway, hope you enjoy. Thank you, Firing Line, and welcome back to the Call Out. My name is Joe. My next guests are the MNW Warzone Tag Team Champions with a long-standing family history in Lucha Libre. That's right, everyone. Tonight, we are speaking to the Bell Brothers. Flyboy, Strongman, thank you for joining us tonight.
Not a problem, amigo. Pleasure to be on the show.
Yes, thank you. We are excited to be here.
You two are by far one of the favorites when it comes to Warzone's stacked tag team division. Saying you both earned those titles is an understatement.
It has definitely been quite a road to get where we are. It would not have happened if not for the encouragement from fans, some of the senior wrestlers, and of course, our own family.
For those who don't know, what can you tell us about yourselves?
Excuse me. I am Strongman Bell. I am the youngest of the La Dinastia Bell stable of Mexico and Japan. I was born in Tokyo, trained there for the first part of my life, then moved to Mexico City to train with family there. My brother and I have been there ever since.
We've been all over the place, haven't we, Hermanito? All right, well, I'm the middle child of Dinastia Bell, beaten out by her scary older sister.
She's scary to, you.
What my brother didn't mention is that we've come from a long line of luchadors. My name and my mask I inherited from my father, the Flyboy Bell before me. I was born in the United States, actually, but I got my training in Mexico under some folks my dad was trained by. Cut my teeth all over the world, Japan and the States included. Before being scouted by MNW headhunters, anyway.
Our family has existed for a very long time. Much like mi hermano, my mask and name was gifted. Well, maybe gifted is the wrong word. More attained through arduous training by our uncle. I could not be Strongman Bell if I did not prove I was worthy of it.
With such a storied history, having ring names and masks being passed down from generation to generation, have the names Strongman and Flyboy been a mainstay in not only your family, but in Lucha Libre?
Something like that, yes. They've gone through some name changes over the years, but before us, Flyboy and Strongman Bell were always a pair. At least until our father and our uncle parted ways rather uncleanly, but reunited in this generation.
You know, there are even a couple of records of Fly Girl and Strongwoman Bells at some points. Frankly, I'm just happy that we were able to carry on the names and be champions together. It's what we dreamed about since we were little, you see.
Well, your brother has said on multiple occasions, Strongman, that he did not want to be recognized as a 3-time tag team champion without you in the picture as well, and or you being in the conversation, mind you. But speaking of the tag team titles, I know you've been asked this by multiple people a million times over. After Multivania and your current 3-month reign as of this recording, how does it feel to be the champions, given the, well, rocky start?
It still feels like a dream. I know for me it's meant a lot that fans and even former champions have come to us and told us we were worthy of the titles. I want to keep making them proud, and everyone who cheers for us proud. Without them, there's no life to the sport. Even if we have to keep fighting back against people who would jump us, we won't be bullied out of our titles. Not after all the blood and sweat it took just to get here. Not after we made history.
Blood and sweat is an understatement. We've gotten our asses kicked left and right for a long time, like we've had the literal world's weight on our shoulders. It was really hard to take loss after loss, and it hurt a lot when we lost to a hair's width of a moment to the Outlaws, before they became champions anyhow. It felt like everything was against us. It was hard to get up day after day, week after week. However, when all was said and done, and our match came at Multivania, we remembered one thing. In that moment, the past didn't matter at all. We were there in the now, and we had to pay the champions back in kind for making us work as hard as we did. How does it feel? How does it still feel? Feels damned incredible. No other way to say it.
I mean, your family had to be ecstatic seeing the heirs of their dynasty win gold.
You could say that. Our abuela is yet to stop talking about it, and my mother's family in Japan still call us pretty regularly. Has father stopped bragging to uncle about that yet? Do you know?
I think he stopped right after they were about to hit each other with chairs. In front of Abuela.
How are they still alive? There is excitement, yes.
And personally speaking, I do hope you guys hold the belts for a little while longer, and not just because of Hoosier pride.
¿Qué quiere decir Hoosier de nuevo? No recuerdo.
Alguien que sea de Indiana. Nací ahí. ¿Recuerdas?
Oh, right.
Alright then. Note to self, learn Spanish. You both are insanely talented and have the crowd behind you since the Inquisition. You deserve those belts, like previously stated.
Ha! We will see what happens. After we made history in that fatal four-way, we've got even bigger targets on our backs now. Grizzly Adams and Lucius Constantine are our upcoming opponents. And Dios mío, they knew how to throw out their challenge. We've never faced their like, but we've seen them in action plenty. They're part of the oldest faction in MNW history, and with a lot of experience under their belts, each of them, they'll be our greatest challenge yet. And I, for one, am excited.
Yes, I have watched them for a long time before joining MNW. They are incredible athletes. While I don't appreciate their method of challenge, I will not back down. They might be faces of fear, but we are not afraid of them.
The devil himself and the embodiment of war are two of the most brutal wrestlers Warzone has. Do you guys have any plans going into the match?
Lucius is, despite being a bit of a powerhouse, surprisingly technical. He knows how to apply the most damage to a small area, and he will exploit it. The Malabranca torture rack is definitely a good example of the end result of all that damage. Grizzly Adams, while also being a powerhouse, he is very fast. His strikes are blindingly quick, and we both share an affinity for knee strikes. I know in a strike-for-strike contest, I'd have to give it to him. He would have me beat. However, I know personally I need to keep them off their feet and confuse them using the luchador's advantage, the ropes. Strongman, your thoughts, Hermanito?
Lucius is a powerhouse, but I am still bigger and heavier than him. Grizzly and I are more on even ground, but I'm more flexible. I can lift and throw them both around while my brother outruns them, and I will gladly do so for them being so rude and unsportsmanlike. And if they still push their way past the Oni combo and the pain train, there's always our family special. Something we can do that they cannot. That is, of course, fly.
With all this being said, as we are winding down here, is there anything that you two would like to tell the Firing Line audience?
Keep supporting your favorite wrestlers, both indie and pro. And hey, we love you guys. You're the best. Seriously, no us without you.
From the bottom of my heart, thank you for cheering for us. It means more than I think you realize. From me to you, never stop fighting for tomorrow. You are valid, and your dreams are worth chasing. Thank you for having us. It has been a pleasure.
I would like to thank the Bell Brothers for joining me, and if you would like to see these Lucha Brothers in action, please tune in to twitch.tv/Takahata101 for MNW Warzone. This has been Joe, signing out.
I like about that because it's.
I'm so sorry. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that was the call out, and like we checked our records on that, and I mentioned it in chat, and I figured I may as well mention this for the YouTube, for YouTube. That recording was 2 years ago, back when the Bell Brothers won the tag team titles in the tag team gauntlet match back in 2020. I was working mostly just as an interviewer back then, and as someone from Indiana, as much as same as Flyboy, it filled not only myself but a lot of people that I know from around the city with so much fucking pride. It was tremendous. But that is the call out, and we're gonna go right on ahead and get into the Warzone side of things. Much like with Flashbang, the go-home show before Multivania. And we're going to get started off with a pretty interesting matchup here. We have Ignacio Cervantes, the social outcast, Rip El Generico, going up against his former Cloud9 stablemate, Sergeant Major Payne. So, Juan, CG, who do you guys have in this match?
I have to go with the Pain.
Personally, I'm for Cervantes over here.
Nothing really.
I'll be honest, I just think he's more skilled.
So again, this is
Oh,
interesting.
yeah.
I mean, they've trained together, they tagged together for quite a while. Now here they are.
Which you totally should once he gets back up on the YouTube
basically
channel.
beating the hell out of each other.
This was also not.
I mean, if this is
Michael
a boot
Montoya
camp,
was
this is to
not
rebuild
cleared by medical
yourself and
personnel,
those around you. I mean,
so Aiden
from the
Zero
competition,
came in
right?
to do commentary.
This one I would assume, yes.
And
they did get
well,
along.
if you heard
as a
Aiden
team,
Zero
I'm
with a live
assuming
mic,
this is just
well,
it could also just
you're
be
in for a
put the
treat.
stake out of after Payne lost his match to
So if you
Nakano
haven't
Kurashima.
heard Aiden with a live
Nakano
mic
then
in his hand, you're
proceeded
in for a treat.
to beat on him
The
after
best
that
I can
match.
describe Aiden with a live mic is the Gremlin younger brother who just so happens to bench press like 600-700 pounds, and we have Nakano's music being played.
We know that's music. Speaking of the delinquent of blood money.
And yeah, Nagano makes a surprise appearance with a high knee strike straight to Sergeant Major Payne's face, and he gets right on out of there.
In the face, and the social outcast going, I guess I pin him.
Taking full advantage of the distraction.
Ignacio trying to take advantage, but it just comes to nothing. Kicks right on at it too.
Honest, if this was one of your partners,
I was surprised to see Nakano here, mostly because I thought that with Cloud9 being essentially dissolved with Defunct's departure,
Personally, I wouldn't pay because that's my friend.
why would he still hold something against Sergeant Major Payne? Is it because he didn't join Blood Money back when he was offered or something?
Well, if you remember the previous week to this, Nakano Hiroshima, after answering the boot camp challenge as per Sergeant Major Payne, so that the sergeant can, the soldier can,
into the corner.
Just improve himself. Nakano put a little dirt in his eye. Just kicked him a little bit and made him roll out of the ring after the victory. It wasn't necessary, and both Mr. Butler and Certainly Dunk actually have gone on record saying, essentially, kid, what the hell was that?
They were definitely teammates in Cloud9, but then again,
Nakano has vowed that, in his own words, if Blood and Money doesn't start making shit happen, I will.
Well, with the gentleman's duel of the janitor versus Sir Uncle Dunk of Blood Money.
Oh, hang on, and Blitzkrieg!
Blitzkrieg! I apologize for interrupting myself. Two kicks right on it too. With the gentleman's agreements of Uncle and the janitor,
did manage to hit a Blitzkrieg
I think win or lose, there's going to be some major changes. Especially because, well, Uncle's been calming down as of late, it seems.
Ignacio not staying in there.
I think he's like in a state of reflection.
Possibly, or maybe he's just getting some very much needed catharsis. This has been, as we will see potentially pointed out later in the evening. But more on the subject of blood money. Yes, you're very right. We're going to be seeing possibly a little bit of a change in business, at least in the part of how things are done internally. But we're going to see because Uncle Dunk, Sir Uncle Dunk wants what's best for himself, and what's best for the boss is the best for blood money, but,
And your winner
looks like a, four-leaf clover submission, stretching out the back of Sergeant Major Payne and gets the tap out. Your winner, Ignacio Cervantes. Never really took him for a submission guy. Very interesting.
Yeah, well, maybe CG was maybe right earlier mentioning how he believed Sergeant Major Payne had the advantage, so that gave him enough to creep back and keep the momentum going into the rest of the match.
It was a fight, to be sure. I don't know. But maybe it's my own bias for a wonderful mug that Sergeant Major Payne has, but I did tend to favor him in that particular fight. Then again, luchadors are not exactly the most common over on Flashbang, so I am less familiar with them.
Yeah, that I'm thinking about. I think the only kind of like luchadors that Flashbang currently has would be El Pollo, De Luna, and kind of in the same vein, Shere Khan. Because I don't think he's a luchador, he's a masked wrestler, but he still holds that mask to the same respect as a luchador would.
Maybe. I don't know. It always feels like there's a difference between a masked wrestler and a luchador, and not just because I also technically wear a mask.
Yes, and El Toro Azul. I forgot all about the Great Bull. Apologies. Well, yeah, like, it's the defining term of masked wrestler versus luchador is very thin, and you can make an argument for either side legitimately. But here's what you can't really make an argument for is it could be possible that Ignacio could be in the Mystery in the Bank ladder match. I mean,
oh boy.
Eight people enter, and the mystery is the mystery prize. I mean, it could be anything.
It is a contract to allow me, by the way, speaking of, this all came about essentially around the same time that we've been having an issue with our current Money in the Bank on Warzone, which I believe you're distantly familiar with, CG Ghost.
Distantly.
Alright. Essentially, inside the Money in the Bank briefcase, the mega Money in the Bank briefcase, the rightful holder of which is none other than Semjax of the Conquest Bloodline. Within that briefcase was a contract held and viable for either the Flashbang World Heavyweight Championship title or the Warzone's Multiversal Heavyweight Championship title. It is for either one of those. However, last week, we had a bit of an issue. Well, a couple weeks ago now, we've had a bit of an issue. The money in the briefcase contract has been stolen. The briefcase has gone missing. So there is now a contract out there for either heavyweight belt, and we don't know who has it. There was a bounty placed on it, an 8-figure bounty a number of weeks ago, and several members of the Warzone roster have been trying to cash in, because whoever claims the bounty gets the briefcase as well as the cash. But now it's just missing.
Yeah,
so,
and our legal representative, Gordon Wheeler, pretty much stated in official and also not so official terms, I'm paraphrasing this, quit your bitching, possession's 9/10 of the law.
Yes, essentially, whoever has the briefcase contract now, on behalf of the brass, apparently, the lucky person who made off with it is going to be awarded the opportunity to cash it in. And Semjax's Money in the Bank is suspended until he recovers it. So, in other words, he has to go find who took the briefcase. But back into how that reflects on the Mystery in the Bank, there's a contract in there for anything.
That's a lesson for Semjax if I've ever heard of it. Even Not very familiar as I am with the Money in the Bank. I am still aware of the threats and potential of Semjax potentially cashing that in. It seems like he waited just a little too long, though, and it slipped through his fingers. Whoever finds this contract might be concerned, and that something similar might happen to them, and they may cash in almost immediately.
Especially with
Absolutely.
2 high-profile world title matches just sitting there.
And the rest of the Conquest Bloodline is busy, which we're going to hear a little bit from, we'll hear from a little bit later tonight. But the Conquest Bloodline is busy. They are not going to be there to help Semjax whenever he goes after the briefcase. And it seems like a very calculated move on the part of whoever took it. But unfortunately, that seems to be a mystery for now, because unless that individual cashes in at Multivania, which is not impossible, so that's even more of a wild card now than ever before, we're just not sure what's going to happen next in regards to that. And the only information we have on the Mystery in the Bank is essentially that it is an 8-man ladder match. And again, whatever contract is in there. It could be for the interdimensional. Could be for the tag belt. I don't know how that would work. Could be for any of the heavyweight belts. It could be for something. There was a joke that it could be just, oh, you're fired now. Or it could be for something else. We don't know.
Yeah, that, I'll tell you the story behind that joke when we go off the air. But safe to say, I don't think anyone's going to be... I think it's going to be mostly feast and not fired in this current scenario. But speaking of opportunistic individuals, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back on down to the ring to hear from Louis McDonald of Legion.
Wild Hunt, that's rich. Oh, I love it. All right, so let's get some things straight. I know what everyone keeps saying about me, that something about me being a chronic backstabber, and no one should trust me, and that anything I'd get from El King was, well, let me tell you something, you're all full of shit. What you called backstabbing, I called trimming the fat, getting rid of the dead weight. I've had nothing but useless partners up till now, but now I have upgraded. Now I have the best partner of them all, the Faye King. Even when he loses, he wins. Which means, even if we lose, we win. Yeah, you guys better get used to the idea of Legion rolling up the ranks after this cute little whatever it's gonna be with the All Odds, and I don't even remember who they're fighting. It's that unimportant. Off, baby, the wrong living legend. Aiden, how do you see this ending?
Well,
brave words. Let me point out to a simple fact. I am not just some wrestler with a gimmick. I am the new incarnation of the legend Beowulf, and I have a history of burying the Fae. That's funny. Like anyone buys that. Listen, kid. I don't know what carny sideshow you bought your mask at, or how tough you are. You've just saddled up your wagon to a loser named Nick Morgan, and you're taking. He is the new plaything of the Earl King. Oh, I've seen this with many warriors in the past who are about ready to soil their britches facing a greater opponent. I believe the current term is whistling past the graveyard. Either way, it doesn't matter, Louis. You and the Traitoro have made your choice. You're damn right we made our choice. We made our choice to be the best damn tag team in the multiverse. We're going to take the tag gold. You know what? I think it's time for both of us to have singles gold again. We are on the rise back to the top, baby. And just like everyone in our wake, you're going to end up in the trash heap. And now you're taking notes from the dearly departed Mr. Jones. How quaint. No, the Wild Hunt is an unstoppable force. You do not understand what you're up against. The lineage of the McMorgan clan and the history of Beowulf.
Seems to me you're talking a whole bunch about the past. Like a loser. No, this is all about the future. Legion is all about the future. And our future is paved in gold.
And I know that those who do not study history are doomed to repeat it. Just like you, Louis, you're doomed to go down a path with arrogance and bravado and get your ass handed to you once again.
No, that's not how that works. I have always been the best. I just either have people like Wonderball or Zero or whoever else dragging me down, and the brass putting all the odds against me, which all that bullshit is going to be long gone now.
Oh, you mean like the current Nexus Titan champion was a weight around your neck. You cut him loose and he found greatness? Like that? McDonald, you're a fool. And there's only one thing to do with a fool. Put him out of his misery. It's hell, then watch your back. The hunt is coming for you.
The Wild Hunt, as they are now officially calling themselves Beowulf and McMorgan, are continuously chomping at the bits to get at Louis McDonald and Earl King West of Legion. And essentially, especially with Louis McDonald kind of predictably at this point, underestimating his opponents. I mean, I understand that it's becoming a joke, but when will Louis learn to not mess with those who've not only beaten him before, looks at Wonderball, looks at Aiden Zero, and actually start taking some of these matters seriously?
Some people just can't help themselves.
Oh, I don't think you've heard of this ongoing feud that much, have you, CG?
I have not.
Essentially, what was going on is in McMorgan's contention, his match against Dagrick for the Warpgate Hardcore Belt title some months ago. No. Oh, yeah. Was it the Nexus title? Oh yeah. Well, no, there is. Well, it goes no. Well, yes and no.
Okay, well,
yes
actually, no. It's both. It's both, actually.
It's both. Okay, so long story short, Earl King West has decided, hey, McMorgan of Clan McMorgan, I'm going to ruin your life because I'm a Faye and because I want to see you suffer. So what he decided to do, he started off by messing with the Warpgate hardcore match he had with Dagrick. Some months later, then McMorgan gets a shot at the Nexus title belt, and what happens is Earl King West attacks McMorgan in the back, and later on, when he gets pulled out, McMorgan swears an old clan oath. He takes out his own eye and vows to hunt the Fae again, and as a result, you've got Earl King West essentially just toying with him, and since Louis McDonald is in the same boat as Earl King West, and they're the only two that count on each other nowadays, ever since Earl King West has been kind of trapped over here on Warzone now. He and Louis McDonald are going up against McMorgan, who has been now joined by Beowulf, actually, because McMorgan was again being attacked in the back, backstage. And Beowulf just had enough. Eventually, the two they found some common ground, shared the histories of Hunch and Faye and other monsters, and they're not gonna stop at just Earl King West. So here you go, the Wild Hunt versus Legion.
I wonder if they talk with Jagger and Artemis.
That would be interesting. Should ask them sometime. Well, she'll certainly have their own fair share of monsters over there. Uh, but this is going to be a pretty bloody feud. It's already just started with
Mc,
Morgan putting out his eye to reaffirm a clan oath.
McMorgan is involved. I imagine it would get pretty bloody. Apparently, he just has regrowing teeth.
Louis
Lose.
actually, yeah, because Louis took out several of those teeth a long time ago, if I'm correct.
I wonder if his eye will regrow once the hunt is completed.
I'm not sure. I think he'd keep it like that, to be honest. Like, I mean, he hasn't made any effort to get his teeth back. I think it's just kind of like maybe just a badge of kind of like a coming of age type thing, because it's been a while actually since a clan leader of the clan McMorgans have put an eye out to just to swear a vow to that. The original vow of his ancestor was actually to a Fae queen of some sort, not in any relation to some of the Fae that you may know of, but in his own history, several hundreds, thousands of years ago, I believe it is. Then.
I believe so,
Yeesh.
but this actually does kind of hopefully transition us into our Warzone promo of the week. Ladies and gentlemen, we hear more from the man, the myth, the legend, Beowulf.
We Danes are no stranger to fighting the Fae. Elves, dwarves, and giants alike have all equally tasted the steel of Ulfbert, and have all met their fate in hell. But you, on the other hand, Earl King, you are not like the others. The Leoselfar are too busy looking at themselves in the mirror, and the Dolkelfar are too busy plundering and pillaging what they please. The Dwarg are too busy being greedy mountain dwellers, and the Jotun are too busy losing against the Aesir. You, Fae King, are surprisingly all three of them. You're a greedy, selfish bastard that takes what he wants, stabs people in the back, and you always lose. You lost Prinny, the Empire of Terror, and even half of the faction you're currently in. Louis MacDonald, you better start thinking about your future. With Scotsman and Dane fighting together, you're in a war where the balance of power is out of your favor. As for you, Earl King, it's time for the wild hunt to start, and for the king to be dethroned. For our shield wall is unbreakable. Make your move, Traitoro, for we are the wild hunt, and you are the prey.
The shield wall is unbreakable, and the hunt is on for, well, the wild hunt. And, oh god, like, with how stacked Multivania is, I'm kind of surprised that this wasn't added onto the card.
Absolutely. It's gonna get very, very bloody. I mean, again, it started out with Morgan taking out his eye. Although, hopefully we're not going to see any more body parts being taken apart off of each other. But Morgan also has said that he'd be glad to essentially tear the wings off of the Pixie. In other words, Errol and Wes. He wants to destroy him. They both want to destroy each other. It's going to be hellish all around.
Yeah. Also, due to some not personal things, CG had to go take care of a few things prepping for his match on Sunday, but we are gonna, I mean, personally speaking, I'm rooting for him in that King of the Showcase match, as I've mentioned before, but he's got a lot that he needs to go ahead and get done, and that we do hope it gets done in an efficient manner. But until then, we got some more matches coming up. We have Whitney Lee and Gunnar Birch of Omega Club going up against the Bell Brothers, Flyboy and Strongman Bell. And I can guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, what we heard in the call out earlier, that was a brief look into their family history. the Bell Brother Dynasty history. Sorry, the Bells' dynasty. Their history is very vast.
I mean, when you
spans generations upon generations.
Absolutely. I mean, you think about the history of
It's
Flyboy
insane.
before teaming with his younger brother Strongman.
Especially when you
was
get
part
to
of
the
Rhythm and Blues with
the
the
Bell Bro
Dagger
adjacent
Dagger
cousins.
Until recently,
Absolutely. The Bell Brothers are essentially the most recent iteration of their generations. Their history in wrestling, luchador, just overall their respective styles all combined. Although that's not necessarily the only dynasty we have in the ring. The Omega Club and also the Omega Pub essentially seeking to sort of establish a new era for themselves as well. As we see Whitney Lee and Gunnar Birch having been improving their teamwork very respectively with each other in the past several months, actually. So it's delightful to see that they're being thrown up against such a formidable tag partnership in the Bells.
I mean, that's fair. Although again,
for sure. I mean, former tag team champions in the Bells, and definitely one of the more notable up and coming tag teams in Gunnar and Whitney.
With both Alpha
Kelly has been working them ragged.
Well, the man once known as Albatross.
Well, absolutely. The boss is on a mission, and that mission is, honestly, it's got the gold.
Oh, for sure. Like, there was a time where the Omega Club, with their original 5 members, were just covered in gold. Strangleholds on almost every single title outside of the world title. I mean, no one from that faction even held the world. Actually, no, I lied. Burnout Vaughn held that title while he was still in Omega Club for a brief moment. Granted, he would much rather forget about that title win, because I think he had it for like 2 days. Until he lost it.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, reverse!
I was gonna say, you might want to drink. You might want to drink.
Oh yeah, it's been
water there.
super dry lately. It's been terrible. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for that. I couldn't catch it in time. But yeah, it's actually just a crazy history overall through MNW. Those were some closer to the early days. And I'm sure as the leader of Omega Club and Club, Kelly is she's looking to make sure people don't forget Omega Club's names.
I think we're gonna see the
there aren't a whole lot better statements that you can make than to immediately work yourself up and go for gold. So we're probably going to see a little bit more of them after Multivania. Although that does also bring into question, we have had the King of the Showcase matches as far as Flashbang is concerned. Kelly herself also hosts an impressive record. I believe it's 4 Showcase wins overall.
I believe 3 or 4. I mean, they call her the boss of the Showcase for a reason.
Yes, and I believe it's the greatest Showcase record and the Warzone side of things. That it will be interesting if that's acknowledged at the King of the Showcase match, but we're gonna have to see. She certainly holds a substantial record over some of the Flashbang wrestlers, I gotta say.
Oh, for sure. Like, I would love to see her in the match itself.
Imagine imagine she just comes out as the surprise 8th entry. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Omega Club's Whitney Lee and Gunnar Birch.
Yeah, big momentum, and looks to be a bit of a disagreement. Oh, no, it's just the way that they show affection.
Nah, they're just gonna go get the beers. They apparently just put bets on who was gonna take care of the drinks after this. It's great to see that they've just been it kind of feels like they're getting back into the old the old pattern that Omega Club would have. Bars open, drinks all around.
For sure. Like, I'm definitely looking forward to this. I mean, not only the King of the Showcase match, but or in this case, the monarch of the showcase match, since it's not just male presenting individuals in there. Naja's in there too. So, gotta be nice.
You have to be calm yourself. But that is a showcase show for another day. We're going to be seeing that over the Multivania weekend. I believe before we move on, we got a little something left, I think, right?
Yeah, okay, so ladies and gentlemen, viewer discretion advised on this one. Aiden Zero stormed down to the ring, grabbed a live mic. We cannot be held accountable. We are not held accountable here on Firing Line for the words that Aiden Zero has said, nor do we agree with the things he has said. So, have to
cover
put that
your
out.
kids' ears.
Yeah, cover your kids' ears. It's oh boy. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Zero.
You know, I've done my best to let the past be the past. But you want to talk about the future, and seeing that I'm from there, I decided to take a front row seat. Jail, hospital visits, paranoia, and more trust issues than a schizophrenic faking in a hall of mirrors. But now I have to hear that you were trimming the fat? Is that why I beat you at Multivania for your belt? Is that why Wonderball ascended the ranks after you stabbed him in the back? Maybe you're the weak link, Lewis. Maybe you're the weak link. And I can't wait to watch Earl King realize that you're better as a pawn, a foot soldier, who's expendable rather than a suitable ally. No matter how you spin it, you're just an old man yelling at clouds, bitter that everyone else is above you. The only one holding you back is you. The only person who screws Louis McDonald is Louis McDonald. I could take any belt you hold, because I'm better than you. I'm a better person than you. I'm a better wrestler than you. I'm better on the mic. I'm better in the back. I'm better on commentary. I am better at business. I am better than you in every facet of your pathetic life. The only person who screws Louis McDonald is Louis McDonald. But that seems to be par for the course, Louis. I've checked the records. I've checked the financials from when we were friends back in the day, and I've seen a lot of purchases undocumented that you left out. Because it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. You screwed yourself. And that's normal because you're used to fucking yourself. If you can't pay for it, you just go fuck yourself. Like you always have. Late nights in the Vortex Club. Reserved rooms for yourself. Missing bottles. Too many Kleenexes box missing. Louis, it makes perfect sense. You're the best at fucking yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Zero.
The man who single-handedly raises our ratings.
The man who single-handedly can turn anything PG-13 into rated R. I think that's about as much as I could say about that. Another individual who I kind of hope is in the Mystery in the Bank match.
Oh, that would be so chaotic. Oh, and it would be better if Louis got thrown in there, wouldn't it? Although he's a little busy with the Wild Hunt right now, but can you imagine?
I'm imagining.
I'm imagining Aiden Zero grappling the living hell out of Louis McDonald and throwing them both off of the ladder close to the end. It's just to rub it in that he's better. You can't have it. I'm taking you down with me. You know.
For sure. And a couple more people who we kind of hope is in that match is... are going to be in the coming match here in just a moment. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm a little absent-minded. I'm trying to get all my ducks in a row here. I'm trying to make sure that everything's prepared and all that jazz. But yeah, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we got a singles match scheduled for one fall. And we have the German super soldier comedian Lock-In representing the Eastern Bloc Party coming up against the master of Street Lucha, Glycerus.
Serious, I know.
Glycerus kind of... in a bit of a predicament. I mean, lost the hardcore title contention. He
fair enough.
also kind of going solo since he's kind of on the outs with not only Power Surge but also Bart Ender.
Yeah, interesting though, with Power Surge coming up on top in that match, and himself now being the number one hardcore contender. I kind of wonder if, because Glycerius took Power Surge under his wing, correct, in regards to teaching him Street Lucha, and I think it's working.
German. Yes.
A little bit. I mean, he's got a title. I mean, Power Surge does have a title contention at Multivania, which we will get into later on here in just a moment. But I mean, back into the match itself, though, a nice drop kick there onto Lock-In.
Well, I mean, he is trying to fight Matrux in Street Lucha.
He is, although, you know, he also is a tag team wrestler with his
absolutely, and both men just generally just been looking to improve themselves later. Lock-In, thankfully having recovered from his vicious beating by Cloud9. And thankfully, a Nice Ice's return came to the rescue.
Now, singles wrestler as Lucha on the Rocks have gone their own way. And
oh god, just holding him in the camel clutch. And Glycerus just breaking out.
Good for him. Speaking of people who just made their way up the card, you know?
Well, and then of course,
it's a lot harder to get clever and just duck around your opponent when you don't have as many people between you and them. So it's just a straight head-on match for both of them. Glycerius is a very agile individual, but these acrobatics can only do so much against an individual like Lock-In, who's just sheer force. Like, look at him.
I mean, for sure, Lock-In is nothing to joke about. I mean, his power overall is amazing.
But unfortunately for Lock-In, the second he stepped out of the ring, Glycerius made it clear why he is the master Street Lucha. Just immediately grappling him down by the neck and dragging him to the ground. Very dirty fight, but Lock-In is like, I think he knows his odds are better inside the ring than out. So here we go again.
Putting him up into a beautiful German suplex onto the turnbuckle.
Can't say he's not being tactical, trying to take away the legs of
the no, this might be it.
Entire moveset really does consist with
no, he counted two, I believe.
And looks like Lock-In setting himself up. Oh, that's one. German suplex into the ripcord lariat. Going for that cover. 1, 2. Kicks out at 2.
So that's why it's called a German soup. That makes sense now, actually.
God, the resiliency of the Master of Street Lucha, the overall power of Lock-In. God, these are definitely two individuals who are taking each other about as seriously as they can at this point. It's been 50-50 going back and forth. Oh God, kick out at 1.
I mean, so far we've been
serious though, going to the top.
Going to the top.
Glycerius going up to the top.
Ooh. Icicle cascades down. 3. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Glycerius.
Straight icy.
Ice cold, no mistakes. Okay, he probably made some mistakes, and here we see Lock-In.
Okay, Lock-In, like, okay.
Extending out, a token of a gesture, and respect is had all around.
Okay.
Just some acknowledgement right there. And, thankfully he's not too worse for wear, so he's just gonna take an easy stroll. No attacks to worry about.
I mean, that's great.
And who said that sportsmanship's out the window?
Well, I'm not gonna say it directly, but, one of the individuals on this card does,
Listen, Listen, okay, I know who you're talking about. But anyway, like we mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, we mentioned the Warpgate Hardcore title match between Power Surge and the champion Suplex Sam. Now, Suplex Sam has still stated that he is going to continue to not use any weapons. I hope he doesn't underestimate Power Surge, because he is going to be. I mean, the moment you underestimate a guy like Power Surge, that's the moment that you could be losing your title. And let's face it, Suplex Sam just got that thing.
Oh, no, absolutely. I believe certainly that even should Suplex Sam retain, he's probably gonna have to. I believe Power Surge has the potential to make him rethink his rule a little bit.
Here's my question. He stated that he doesn't need a weapon, that this is a no disqualification match. Do you think that Suplex Sam would get disqualified if he uses a weapon?
How does that work?
I have no idea. That's why I posed it as that's why my curiosity set in.
Do you think he would disqualify himself?
Well, probably, but here's the thing, though. When it comes to disqualifications, that's usually champion's advantage. They retain the title, so that would be kind of. Granted, I wouldn't put it past anybody from VIP to, not try that just to keep their belt. But I think it's a matter of pride for Suplex Sam. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
No, absolutely. In regards to pride, we even heard in his encounter with Dagger shortly before their title match, in which Suplex Sam emerged victorious. Suplex Sam wants the glory of the gold around his waist. The first thing he did when he got it, when the Warpgate title, is he went on tour. He went on tour, and then we couldn't reach him for weeks. So now we have this match with Power Surge, and Suplex Sam tried to dismiss him, which is very interesting because, if I'm correct, they have sort of a history with each other.
Yes, actually. Power Surge and Suplex Sam were in Nakamura Worldwide together.
Oh, well then they both know what the other is capable of if Suplex Sam remembers.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing with that. Power Surge got brought in as not only Suplex Sam, but the other members of Shoot Nation, the Scorpion Jack Abbott, and Devin were on their way out. And then Suplex Sam got picked up by VIP after that.
Interesting. So not really a long time that they knew each other. Then, which is very interesting, though.
Like ships passing in the night.
Yeah. And actually, no, that actually hits the nail on the head. It's just like two individuals you would think would never get along, never meet each other, are facing off against each other. So I think both of them are going to be very rightly tested in regards to what they can do. I'm looking forward to seeing Power Surge be a mainstay in the Warpgate title contention scene. And just seeing him in the hardcore division, it's, I don't know, it makes me smile a little bit. I like seeing how far he's come.
All right, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to go right on ahead and get on into our next bit of business here. So, ladies and gentlemen, last week we had Sir Uncle Dunk call out the janitor and pretty much say, I accept your apology and I will honor our duel, but I want you to come down in your glorious form. Essentially saying, I don't want to fight the janitor. I want to fight against Probu Naga. And here is the janitor's response.
Greetings, denizens of the multiverse. It is I, your janitor. As always, it is my duty to clean up the messes. To clean up from those who would oppress. To clean up from those who would harm. But also to clean up the damage of the past. My old friend, Uncle Dunk. It, of course, makes me so happy you accepted my apology. And, of course, I would be more than honored to have one last go in the ring between us as gentlemen wrestlers, but I am torn on your other request. I was lost after the collapse of the Republic and after the loss of everything, and I found myself through my new work as a janitor. I found my place amongst the people, and I have found a peace I did not know possible, and just being a janitor. And is going to defend that belt. We know that McCheese has told the janitor that he considers him a father figure. And, of course, the janitor in his corner when McCheese won the Big Oof. So, yeah. Okay. So I've been thinking about this, and I just want to come out and say, okay, first off, obviously I respect you more than I can ever say. But I also respect Ugly Dunk. And you've both actually really been there for me. So I want you to just hear what I'm going to say and understand that everything I'm about to say is with the utmost respect. Of course, McCheese. Believe me, you do not have to tell me how you feel. I know we've had many heart-to-hearts. And as we were preparing for your Big Oof title run, I have faith. You know what? I never want you to feel you have to watch your words with me. So please, what do you have to say? Okay, good. So look, I get it. You are in a better headspace than I've ever seen you in the entire time I've known you. I think what you've done is great, but I think you need the catharsis of one last run. So, and I'm just going to say it straight. You should come out as Pro Banaga one last time. I understand what you're saying, and I understand the crowd would love it, but I don't know that I want to go back to that. There was a lot of baggage back in those days that I have shed, and I've been able to focus on the purity of wrestling and the purity of cleaning up after everyone's messes. Yeah, I get that, but I think you need the one last match because you never really put a bow on it. You never did the final goodbye as the Glorious Emperor. And don't worry about the pyro. I talked to Uncle. He'll foot the bill for the whole entrance because he just really wants one last time. I admit I'm torn. I see the point. People want to see it. Everyone remembers who I was, and that will always stay. It was some good times there. It was good runs, but again, I feel I've evolved. Oh, you totally have. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. You've done great. I'm really happy with the man I see now. Well, let me put this another way. I don't really think... Yeah, it'd be a problem for you, but I think Unkley needs this. I think what Unkley needs isn't the match against the janitor. I think Unkley needs the last match against Probanaga. I hadn't considered that. You make a good point, McCheese. You make a good point. That this is about, again, cleaning up the messes of the past. And part of that mess was, as I already admitted, not giving Unkley the support he needed. So, it's a good point. Yeah, okay. I'm glad to hear you say that. I was a little worried. So, yeah, I'm not... Obviously, you need to think about it. I understand that. I'm just saying that I do think this would be a good idea. And it's only for the one night. And then you go back to your life that you've built for yourself, and maybe Unkley gets the peace of mind he actually needs to move on. So thank you for listening to me. I really appreciate it. You've meant so much to me. Thank you so much. Well, the Gouda boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, a gentleman's agreement. Ignore the custody of the Sir McCheese there. The graphics department like to have fun. Anyway, a gentleman's agreement. The janitor versus Sir Unkley Dunk. And it appears as though janitor is having a bit of reservations about coming in as Probunaga. I'm sure the frames would thank him if he doesn't. But I mean, Unkley's footing the bill. I mean, he's paying for the pyro. And
That's very interesting, because you'd think he wouldn't do that, but I mean, I guess in a way it's kind of for himself, because he gets to be in the ring with like what he thinks is a glorious like example of wealth, you know?
he will be in. So Uncle Lee, it's like I mentioned earlier. Uncle Lee does not want to fight the janitor. He wants his old running mates. He wants the glorious emperor of the Republic. He wants Probunaga. And he will do anything, pay anything, to get Probunaga in the ring with him. Cape and all, crown and all, glorious golden freaking pyrotechnics raining down on the middle of the ring. Also, again, I have to state this because we haven't seen this in a while. Ruining your frames on your screens. Doesn't matter.
Oh yeah,
computer
you're
or TV. Your frames are forfeit.
Oh yeah, no, you're absolutely. You know how there's those joke posts online about, oh, you have an image too long or too bright on the screen, it just burns the image forever and your screen. We might have an issue of a couple 100,000 monitors just being frozen with Probunaga's glamorous golden glory on the screen, just forever seared into the pixels.
But who's also in a bit of a predicament is Sir McCheese, for he is defending his Big Oof Championship in a fatal 4-way against the Constant Nightmare Constantinople, the Doctor of Albanomics, and pure, unadulterated malice. You have a heavy you have a one of, if not the heaviest hitting individuals in Malice. One of the greatest technical minds in the Doctor of Albanomics. And you have the most crazed wild card in the Constant Nightmare Constantinople. Big Cheese has his work cut out for him on this. Hell, tomorrow.
There's so many things you can say about this, but the Gouda boy is gonna have to just pull his best off. I mean, on Flashbang's side of things, we were talking about a gauntlet match. It's interesting how another very good boy is essentially, it's sort of like a miniature gauntlet match, just for the sheer ferocity of his opponents. Apparently there is a line outside Jerry's door, but these are your three other opponents for Sir McCheese. Will the Gouda boy come out on top? Or is the rat gonna get the cheese? Is he gonna be made into Swiss? God, there's so many cheese puns you could make.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I see what you did
We
there.
could be here all night, though.
Yeah, and we don't really have terribly a lot of time, and we're halfway through, actually. But I do pose one question, though, because it was never determined. Is this for one fall, or is this elimination? I see you there.
No, you don't. But that is a very good. It is a very good question, though. I don't remember that being announced. If it's elimination, that could go many ways. Because you could have a situation where you have the Doctor of Albanomics eliminating both Constantinople and Mouse, but on the downside, now you're in the ring alone with the Doctor of Albanomics. You could get blue screen by Malice. The Constant Nightmare might turn you into Swiss.
Yeah, like, being alone with either of these individuals is a recipe for disaster.
Thank God Sir McCheese has all that armor, because he's going to need it. And he's going to be a battered mess, so hopefully his friends will be keeping an eye out for him after the match.
But until then, ladies and gentlemen, we got tag team action coming up for you next. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Papusa Monkey, PI of the Jackson Investigation Force Incorporated, or JIF Inc., and his partner, the Turkish oil wrestler, Istanbul. And they are going up against High Voltage of Wonderball and Leonid Sanchez. Anyway, here's High Voltage, ladies and gentlemen.
It was very interesting having Aiden Zero on commentary throughout this match because he actually told us a little bit about the sort of the history of Leonid Sanchez in part.
For those who didn't catch the broadcast, could you go into a bit more detail on that one?
Essentially, it's I will be honest, some of the futuristic or the space firing sort of thing kind of goes over my head. But for those of you who do not know, and this is the word of Eden Zero, so feel free to take that as you would. Leonid Sanchez is split down the middle as a half alien, half human, if I'm correct, and is either an exiled noble or prince from a spacefaring kingdom, to my knowledge.
I believe so, yes. I mean, I remember there was a mention of him being half alien. I mean, look at one half of him, and yeah, you can definitely see he ain't all human.
It's like that joke about the half merman, half centaur, but it's like vertical.
I hate that. I hate that image that you just put in my head.
I'm sorry, but it's the same, similar energy. I can't really think of any other cases in which that works. I mean, he seems very fine though. It doesn't seem like it's like the result of any sort of horrible accident. Although, not to ball too hard on the ball for anyways, here's Wonderball.
That joke will never get old.
No, it won't. No, it won't. It will never die.
It'll die when Wonderball loses his chill, which, speaking from experience...
It will die when Istanbul shaves the mustache. Oh god!
I was gonna say when Wonderball loses his chill, which, speaking from experience, he has a lot of.
No. Oh.
Really calm individual.
Very interesting because the sort of his dynamic self kind of portrays otherwise, but that's pretty interesting. But it's
setting
also
him up in the Wonderball.
Oh god! He just bounced.
But he gets right back up, tags in. Istanbul. Constantinople is his former tag team partner. For those who do not know,
the Private Eye had his eye on that. He's just tagged in his partner now. Originally from the Jiff Inc. Jiff and Mystery Inc. That being Papusa Monkey PI and Mr. E Enigma. Are all partnered together in the single corporation.
Boston Crab onto Wonderball. Wonderball getting right back out. And it looks like he's trying to go for those hard strikes. And the ban this. Flied onto Istanbul. Is he going to tap?
No, he can't reach the ropes.
It's just out of arm's reach, but he endures. And we see Wonderball going in, tagging in Leonid Sanchez.
Papoose over there was rather confident Istanbul was going to get out of that, but I've seen that move put away a number of individuals. Here we go with Leonid. No, almost a 2 count, but not quite.
That's the one thing about Jiff Inc. that I've actually come to notice that they have a lot of is trust. Every single member of that faction, even though Papusa and... Oh, nice elbow drop. Over that cover. 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, Papusa trusted... he was just on the he was just on the ropes there, like just waiting for Istanbul to kick out. But elbow drop, and your winners, Leonid Sanchez and Wonderball, High Voltage.
Yeah, no shenanigans, just a clean match.
Clean down the middle. And it's like I said, I mean, Jiff and Mystery Inc. seem to have a lot of trust in each other. You can kind of see it with, like, how Papusa didn't try and break up the pin. He thought that he hoped that his partner would have kicked out of it. So, but yeah, like, I'm so sorry. You were about to say something.
It's all right. It's just it's a certain amount of level of trust that I mean you would trust. You'd think you would trust them like you would a friend, but in the manner of professional wrestling entertainment, it requires there's a certain degree of physical trust. You don't have time to think sometimes at these matches. You just need to go. And up against certain opponents, as we're about to hear from in a moment, you just have to be on the ball. You cannot really have a moment to doubt each other, because if you fail, at least physically in regards to each other, and that is a very difficult thing, to just have a certain amount of physical trust to where your instincts either kick in or do not kick in when you need them to.
Sorry, lost my segue there. But for these two teams, they are definitely going to be looking forward to a match that might be opening the show at Multivania tomorrow. That is the tag team title match between the Conquest Bloodline, Gorm, and Carnival, up against the O-Lods, Sasquatch Wing, and Raphael Sampson. You have three of the largest individuals in the entirety of Warzone in this match at the exact same time, and definitely one of the more...
largest personalities?
Yes, let's say that.
That's the only thing we're allowed to say, yeah.
There's a lot of words that we can say, but I probably shouldn't.
Velvety.
I don't... Like I said, probably shouldn't. Either way. So yeah, definitely, I'm looking forward to this match. This will be the second defense for the O-Lods, and I mean, you can't find a harder team to go up against than
fucking Gorm and Carnival of the Conquest Bloodline.
More or less Gorm, but yes. Gorm brings the power, Cardi brings the mind games. That is a weird yet effective combination.
Absolutely. We're going to be seeing the sheer ferocity and the titanic resilience of the Outlaws in action on Multivania. Make sure to catch it live.
But until then, ladies and gentlemen, we have we have another in-ring segment from the general manager of MNW Warzone, ladies and gentlemen, Jerry Aldini.
Good afternoon, Multiverse, or evening, depending on where you are in the many time zones that we seem to cross over. I don't understand this Nexus stuff. Anyway, I just want to take a moment. We're right here. It's the go-home show. Next week is Multivania, and I just want to take a moment because as of next weekend, it'll be 1 year since I was officially brought on as an announcer and then made general manager when all the changes happened, and a lot's going on, and I just wanted to take a moment and thank everyone. It's been such a time, and we don't worry about the issues we've had with the administration. We don't worry about, the shenanigans with the Outlaws, all the different feuds and magic and anything. Let's just not worry about any of that. Let's just take a moment, and I just want to say to everyone one very important thing, and that is thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for making Multiverse Nexus Wrestling the best wrestling federation in the multiverse. Thank you all for your time, for your passion, for your creativity. Thank you all for standing by in this really rough year of transition as things had to be rebuilt from the ground up. And, since with Multivania, we are on the cusp of a new era, and I just want to let you all know one important thing. Things will never be the same. Change is inevitable. And you move move forward and you embrace it and you do the best that you can. And that's what we do here in MNW week after week. Yeah, things seem strange. Sometimes weird things happen in the ring, but none of that matters. What matters is this, that we are together as a wrestling community. We come together, and we are here for the love of the sport. So thank you, one and all.
Strong words from Jerry Aldini.
Some niceties from the general manager stating thank you to the entirety of the multiverse. And I mean, it doesn't matter all the hardships that they've gone through. It's still, we're still MNW, and it's been a ride. And frankly speaking, I've enjoyed the way Jerry Aldini does things around here. But he mentioned that it's been a year for him and when it comes to him as the general manager, but it's also been a year in the making for Maximilian Thunder Thighs versus Aussie Turan. This all came about after Maximilian Thunder Thighs won the Children's Hospital from Uncle Dunk and found a few hardships, to say the least, in running of said hospital. And well, VIP came a calling, and they offered to help pay for it if Maximilian Thunder Thighs did some, well, favors, to say the least. And it just kept building and building and building until it got to be too much. This is definitely a lot of catharsis for Max. And this is definitely something for us here to kind of put another feather in his cap. Another notch in his belt of glory. Although it's probably made out of something expensive. Probably speaking. Anyway. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this match as well, most because of like just everything that came to pass to kind of get Maximilian Thunder Thighs to this moment. Now that I'm thinking
Absolutely.
Now I'm thinking about it, wouldn't this be like Maximilian Thunder Thighs' like third Multivania in a row?
Potentially. I know he was at the last Multivania. I don't know of his record prior to that, but I'm sure we'll be informed on social media or corrected.
I believe something that we completely forgot. I just checked my notes. According to my notes here, according to Maximilian Thunder Thighs, if he loses against Aussie Turan, it's not just his pride that's taken the loss. He's going to be retiring from wrestling if he loses this match. We also have an update. It's currently 2-0. So, I mean, hell, if Maximilian Thunder Thighs wins this match, he too has a Multivania streak.
Which is very interesting, actually. Not a whole lot of people could say that.
Him and literally 2 other people.
Well, here's hoping to Maximilian Thunder Thighs, again, winning where it matters. But we're going to catch that at Multivania. The fate of Maximilian Thunder Thighs and Aussie Turan are only in each other's hands. We're going to have to see. Will it be mutually assured destruction, or will one of these men walk out the victor? I'd be hoping for Maximilian Thunder Thighs, but I guess what matters is that inevitably he gets the closure that he needs out of this.
Oh, for sure. Like, I do not want to see Maximilian Thunder Thighs leave us at any point. He is a positive and he is a positive influence not only to the locker room but to the entire company. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, we have only a few more things to go through. So coming up next, we have a triple threat match scheduled for one fall. Starting off first, we have the Ender of all parts, Bart Ender. Coming in second, we have Fear, the Terror Angel. In third, hashtag Get Laid, It's Laid High Roll, the French-Canadian Daredevil. And starting off with leg immediately going after Bart, Fear just kind of hanging out in the
He's
corner.
standing. He's staring ominously.
Right off the bat,
That's him in the corner. That's him in the spot. Now I'm thinking about it. He's a fallen angel. So would that count as him losing his religion?
I don't know.
Like
I'm
if
scared
it's
to ask.
Me too. Like legitimately speaking, me too.
Yeah. I feel like if we were to ask, we would just get geometric screaming. Don't ask me why specifically geometric. It's just, I swear, angels.
I'm just imagining like he just sheds the mortal form, and it's like that one that one angelic form of like that wheel with the eyes. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, or like a
those
Mobius
rings.
strip, or yeah, just the ones that don't make sense, like a Mobius strip, I think is what it's called.
Yes.
But he might be Fear Strikes, but I don't think Hyrule fears anything.
At this point, no. I don't doubt. I don't blame him.
He'll just take it with like a smile on his face, and then he'll punch you in your face.
Ooh, nice belly-to-belly suplex there from Fear the Terror Angel. Going for that cover. One. Kick out at one. Ooh, swift kick to the back.
It's very interesting because, at least in regards of Bart Ender and Late Hyrule, obviously, you have at least two Warpgate Hardcore Division contenders, but I'm not as familiar with Fear Strikes in particular. Has he gone for the Warpgate title in the past? Or has he just been in the Hardcore Division and I didn't realize?
Well, Late is typically is mostly the hardcore individual. And Bart Ender is a former Big Roof champion as well as a former Trios champion. Fear Strikes, oh my god, Big Oof, Nexus Titan Championship. I can't remember if he ever won a hardcore championship. That's probably been before my time, which wasn't really that long ago if I put a finger on it. But he is definitely a decorated member of the roster. Yes,
absolutely.
Big Oof and Nexus Titan. Thank you. Yeah, see, I doubt a hardcore, but the hardcore style definitely, hardcore style would definitely suit him.
Well, especially because the last triple threat match Bart Ender was in was to determine the #1 contender for the Warpgate Hardcore Championship.
And looks like Bart Ender setting up for closing time.
And last call connects.
The last call, my bad. Closing time is the submission that he does.
Oh god, just big punch. Oh, there he
Gets
goes.
laid out. One,
God.
Two. Kicks out at two.
It's not like he stole the opportunity.
Yeah, look.
The sheer force just sent him curling out of the ring. God.
He literally waited.
Yeah.
He gave Bart Ender a chance to cover him. He took his time. He waited.
Okay, nicest man.
Awesome.
Meanest punches.
Oh, he is like one of the most polite individuals that you would ever know.
Well, either way, now.
Looks like was trying to lay out Fear Strikes, but gets caught
Bart
in the
Ender.
Bulldog choke.
Taking advantage. Well, Hyrule was locked in on Fear Strikes, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Hyrule taps out, and your winner is Bart Ender.
Fear Strikes was
He was all dazed there, yeah.
For a bit.
I'm not sure, yeah. I was a little focused, I was kind of just perplexed watching that little halo spin around. I didn't think it would move like that.
The point here is what you said earlier.
Yeah,
Bart Ender
that's
looking to prove himself as a singles
it was
competitor.
interesting to say the least.
I thought it was gonna start, I thought it was gonna, open up and then the eyes were gonna just start blinking.
Oh god, that would be terrifying. I don't care what they say. Be not afraid, my ass.
Yeah.
But
That's why I fear Raphael Sampson. Actually, I am afraid sometimes that some of his glowing marks will do the same thing.
I mean, to be fair, the eyes do blink, but you kind of forget about it after you hear him talk. It's heavenly, no pun intended. But we mentioned about how Fear Strikes was a former Nexus Titan Championship, and coming tomorrow, we have a very special tag match. Exar-kun and Kane, the Nexus Titan Champion, go up against Dr. Grimm and the Storyteller. If Grimm and Storyteller win, they will take the Nexus Titan Championship. Now, who the champion will be, that's a good question.
Yep. In the Storyteller's words, very plainly, he just said whoever wins gets the belt. And then he punched Kane in the face.
A bunch of times, yes. So,
yes.
my assumption for this match is whoever pins Kane, right? Or, like, whoever takes the pin.
Yes, which, that could be interesting, because I'm not sure how that works. Like, say, Exar-kun gets the pin on Dr. Grimm. Like, I don't know what will happen in that scenario. But this does kind of work out either way in Exar-kun's favor, because he's been calling the Storyteller out in the past few months, just saying it is time to write the next chapter of our story, essentially. Which I don't know what that means. I assume that leads back to the days of the Old Republic, the New Four Horsemen, and several other situations. I believe during the time of the Inquisition, if I'm correct. But that is a very long history.
That is a long and storied history. Oh my god. We do not have time. Like, we're almost at 4 hours in this stream.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get back into wrapping things up in a short bit. We mentioned actually the Conquest Bloodline earlier on the night, and in reference to the Money in the Bank, I mentioned how Subjects is all his allies in the Conquest Bloodline are going to be busy. Very shortly in a bit here, we're going to be saying from Lady Boots.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have a match between the Lady of Conquest herself, Lady Boots, going up against the Dagger, Daggerick. The dagger is unsheathed. The lady is waiting, and oh god, vicious leg lariat right onto Daggerick.
We speak of vicious, ladies and gentlemen. Two very prime examples of viciousness are right here. The Lady of Conquest herself, Lady Boots, and the Daggerick, former Warpgate hardcore champion, and overall just one of the most brutal individuals you will ever meet in the Nexus.
Oh, for sure. Like, she is definitely one of the best strikers that Warzone has to offer. Daggerick is... He's got his work cut out for him, especially since, speaking of which, this is actually a rematch from the C101.
Oh yes, you're very true. God, they're just coming at each other with such ferocity. I forget how fast Daggerick can move, and Lady Boots is also... you're not to be cut short. These two are rocketing forth back against each other in the ring. It's very strangely, it works very well because both their styles sort of play into each other here.
Oh, for sure. The brutal, hard-hitting style of Daggerick and the cunning, precise strikes of Lady Boots. I mean, I believe it was Lady Boots who got the upper hand on Daggerick back at the C101. I can't remember.
I believe you'd be correct in that. Though we can be corrected, of course. Almost... you see what I mean? She's just... Again, she is very cunning, and they're both very fast. God. It's hard to keep up because they're just rolling one move into the next. Knee to the face, and she's rolling up. It's just telling her to get up. And here we go to the outside.
The outside is quickly becoming Daggerick's playground. Ever since ever since his reign as the Nexus, as not Nexus Titan champion, as the hardcore champion, he has pretty much he's pretty much like weaponized the outside down words. He has made using the outside to a science.
Oh, absolutely. We spoke earlier of how Glaciaris is the master of street lucha. Dagrick is just the master. Like, he just owns the streets. You could say he just knows how to use everything in the ring to his advantage. As, oh my god, as we're going to see here. Right into the steel steps! Oh, and here he goes.
And a cartwheel into that moonsault.
God, I've never seen a dwarf move so agile.
And he gets the count-out victory over Lady Boots. Oh man, she has to be. Lady Boots has got to be livid at this point.
God,
the dagger got one over on the cunning fighter that is Lady Boots. She has got, like, if I were her, I would be absolutely upset.
No, absolutely. And it's especially interesting, Joe, because if you recall, a couple of weeks ago, Dagrick actually won what is referred to as a golden opportunity, a shot at something. We don't know exactly what. Perhaps it will play into the Mystery in the Bank match. Perhaps it'll be something else. But I think he has plenty of time on him regardless, and the Conquest bloodline's looking pretty hot right now. Dagrick's very much the type to challenge himself. Oh god, has Dagrick faced Gorm yet? Can we have that match?
Yes, they have actually, back in 2020.
Dang it, I'm gonna have to watch it.
I think it was for the Nexus Hardcore title.
Interesting. Wow. I'm gonna have to take a rain check on that, but that was such a lightning bolt of a match, Joe. That was just, again, the sheer ferocity, the back and forth, the power and the momentum behind both of them. It's so rare that you can just see that. Like, it was almost hard to keep up.
Oh, for sure. But one thing that we do have to kind of keep an eye on is the leader of the Conquest bloodline, Semjax. If he gets that mega money in the big bank briefcase back, he can cash it in on the match between Wilson and Zacho duo for the Multiversal Heavyweight Championship. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen a lot of both Zacho and Wilson's matches. Hell, I've seen every single one of Wilson's matches ever since he started on Flashbang. This is definitely something he's been wanting for the longest time, and it only took until he went bald and started losing his mind, becoming the victimizer, to realize his supposed destiny. So, if anything, we had a nuclear death match. Zacho's faced so many individuals across the entire year of him holding this title. And yet, this might be his toughest challenge yet.
Oh, absolutely. Wilson has made it very clear that he doesn't want to just... He said that Zacho won't just be beaten, he will die, which is a little concerning if he actually tries to kill him on live. But as you said, there are a lot of factors at play. It's not even just a concern of if Semjax cashes it in. What if the mystery person who has the contract tries to cash it in on Wilson? That is a disaster waiting to happen, potentially for the person who would do so, whether it's Semjax or the anonymous holder of that contract now, which is... can you imagine if Wilson just zeroed in on you? Not a lot of people try to actively anger Wilson nowadays, but just imagine.
I mean, to be fair, Wilson looking at me before he became the victimizer was upsetting enough. And then now with that, like, murderous intent in his eyes, oh, God, no, that's unsettling.
Yeah, that's, ugh.
Speaking of murderous intent, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have a bit of a grudge match coming up between Alistair Evergreen, one of the newbies from this current year of MNW, going up against Mr. Butler of Blood Money. And so Alistair has been sending some very, very upsetting words towards the Bad Batch, and, well, the first one to bite at it was Mr. Butler, and he had to make an example of Alistair, and especially interrupting Alistair's match between him and Kelly just last week.
Correct, and things have just essentially gotten more heated since. Probably not helped at all by the fact that Nakano has also been going on a bit of a tear, going after other individuals of the roster. But in regards to Mr. Butler, he took issue with the fact that he was insulted and he was just referred to as a butler. That's just his last name. He's not actually a butler, to my knowledge.
Yeah,
he's closer to what? Just a bodyguard?
I believe that is his title, is the bodyguard, the personal bodyguard of Uncle Donk.
Yeah, so he's not a butler. He's not just like some servant. But I can see why you would, perhaps in Alistair's case, make that indistinction. He claims to be a king of a land of lichens. So he's a werewolf, I think. A werewolf king.
I mean, that's what he claims to be. Is a
yeah. So he claims. Yeah. So he claims to be a king, and that kind of is natural for a king to refer to lesser individuals as either subjects or peons or servants of other individuals. Alistair essentially has declared everybody else peasants, and has told them to step aside, but Mr. Butler didn't take kindly to that. He mentioned how he's been waiting like a year to get any kind of shot, and it just angered him.
Yeah, because Mr. Butler has barely been around for about a year. He's been around for just shy of a year, and has yet to get a singles win. Hell, I think even tag team matches he hasn't gotten a win.
Correct, actually. He hasn't been known to actually get a win. That's actually part of why Nakano Kirishima has been frustrated recently, because he believes that he's been the only one winning and making some headway for the faction of Blood Money, which can be a little frustrating in of itself. That's not something you'd think you would complain about. Although I think in his position, he just wants chaos. Mr. Butler wants to bring some a little bit of honor and glory to Blood Money, I think. But first things first, deal with the person who insulted him. And oh no, okay, all right. He's throwing out the ref.
Throwing out the ref.
And immediately going for adds a sledgehammer.
And just laying into Alistair. And just hammering down. No pun intended. I'm pointing right towards you. They can't see, but I know for the fact you can. And so Aldini and Aiden kind of made a point.
And now,
they think that Butler actually cunningly timed the regeneration of the referee.
So he got in. You're saying he just got in enough time to do the damage he needed to and just get away with it.
Basically, oh god, that side slam. Going for that cover. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Mr. Butler. Albeit they're very shady means.
Well, never mind. Mr. Butler now has his first.
Well, I think he made that very clear that he wasn't going to He doesn't respect Alistair enough to give him the honor he would for another opponent, potentially.
Well, either way, that's a win in the...
As you see him just laid out there, he's just now rolling out to recover a little bit.
I mean, I'll give him this. He like used his smarts and actually like a raid. Like I guess I hate stooping down to his level. Like in a Dark Souls fight or something like that. Like timing out like the kind of regeneration, getting your hits in and getting right out just to kind of get your point across.
Essentially, it kind of. I can sort of see why he might take that action as well. Because Alistair is also very new, and coming into the Nexus scene with the expectation that everybody will step aside for your shot is frankly stupid. You are going to face a lot of adversity. You are going to face a lot of just opposition, because there are a lot of people in competition with you, and they will do anything and everything to put you down so that they can step up and become champions, attain whatever it is they're looking for. And kings tend to not be used to that. They like other people stepping down and getting out of their way. It's very rare where people will actually, face up against them. If not, they don't have an army on their side. But so that is a sort of a welcome to Warzone on behalf of Mr. Butler, and a congratulations to him for his singles win.
Yeah, and I believe that means that Alistair has... I believe that's still no wins for Alistair. I say that's like 0-3?
No, he's gotten a couple... I think he's gotten 3 or 4... I think 3 pins in his showcase debut. Well, but I don't have any...
Pins aren't wins,
yeah,
so.
Yeah, they aren't wins. I don't have a win on record yet. No.
So yeah, looks like Alistair kind of took Butler's spot until he can kind of get out of that funk, off the schneid, so to speak. Because he's officially on it.
Well, we're gonna have to see, because there's a whole lot. There's still a whole little bit left in the night that we have to talk about, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is your main event for MNW Warzone. We have, representing the administration, or what's left of it, Gorewheel, going up against the representative, the HR representative, registered Anon in his HR representing gear. Representing the administration as well. Again, what's left of it. Starting off with the freaking collar and elbow tie-up. Pushing me to the corner there.
I believe this was the result of a no confidence vote on part of the brass, essentially saying that Anon would be scheduled to go into this match, and if he were to lose, I think HR would be absorbed by legal, or he would just be out of control of it at that point.
I believe it would be out of control of HR. So, I mean, it's the most... Only in wrestling can the HR representative fight our legal representation and get absorbed... one department get absorbed into other in a wrestling match. Like, I've heard of...
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I've heard of competitive mergers before, but this is ridiculous.
Oh god! And during some of our scouting for the indie scene, I saw an incident where someone actually got absorbed by the other person, and then they just became one person. That's frightening.
I want to say that got registered as a disqualification. I mean, that's how I'd rule it. Either way. Here we go. Anon just laying into Gorewheel here. Gorewheel immediately getting up and tossing around Anon as if he was weightless. whipping him into the corner.
Who hasn't been seen since that fallout.
Nice. Oh, God, front face buster. And just tossing him on the outside of the ring. And here you just see him just taking the boots to him.
That's true. Oh, clothesline outside.
Sending it on the
God,
outside.
over the ropes.
Charging up the crowd.
And
just hyping himself
he
up.
drops
Um,
the suit.
Where did he get that shirt? He's
low
got
end-
sandals now.
According to Jerry, this is a low anon. Alohanan, I think is what he said it. I don't know, something clever. I can't pronounce it for right now.
Does that explain? Wait. Okay, so there are multiple ones? What?
I have no idea. I'm apparently going crazy. So
I don't know.
Like, legitimately speaking, the fact that we commentated on two different anons talking to each other, fighting,
Beating the snot out of each other.
beating the absolute piss out of each other, and yet they think we're crazy or they didn't see it. I call bullshit. I may run on little to no sleep on any given day, but I know what I saw. Can't take that away from me. I have it on freaking video.
God, it's just that the Aloha shirt is just a little bit distracting. It's interesting though because Anon has to stay in focus here because he could essentially lose control out of HR. Although something's going on, he's been having a hard time just focusing.
Well, I'm just saying, him in flip-flops was kind of disturbing, as well as this.
What the hell?
This is slick Anon, according to Jerry Aldini.
Okay, yeah, slick Anon. All right.
Yeah,
that's
according to the notes, the smooth-talking son of a gun.
I'll admit, for this portion, I kind of had to tune out because I thought I was suffering bad food poisoning.
I legit thought I was having a fever dream because of lightheadedness.
Yeah, and it's been really hot out, like I said. I recently had somebody pass out due to the heat, so I thought it was a mirage. That's how that works, right? I mean, it's Nexus. You could probably experience mirages through the damn screen.
There was this one time. Brad got a little overheated. Again, he was panting up a storm. Could have swore he saw like a treat on the floor. No. That's where that story ends because it progresses into something a little bit more terrifying.
Oh, God.
Brad's a good boy. He's just really wanting that cure soon.
I can imagine.
Not covered in insurance, apparently.
Ooh. That doesn't feel right. You should talk with legal or
HR?
legal or finance about that. No, well, well, you can trust what's his name? Gordon. He seems trustworthy with legal.
Gordon Wheeler, yeah, because when the mask is off, he's actually a very pleasant individual to talk to. Mask is on, he's basically what the fuck? A cut to black.
And that's classic Anon, to my knowledge.
Classic Anon. The bloody end, the lone wolf. He's back. I don't know if he's like in control or if the other Anons are just hiding under the ring waiting for an ambush.
Oh, that's terrifying. If there are more than one, then there's just like, there could be like 20 of them under there.
Oh God. Do you think
they're just all hiding in the fence?
Do you think like one's like a cop? You know?
Probably.
like police Anon, or ones just look like a Papoose monkey.
Big Brother Anon.
Yeah, Big Brother Anon.
That I believe that one was mentioned at some point.
Oh God! Imagine if one's imagine if one of them is a priest.
Father Anon?
I was gonna say Papa Anon.
Maybe if he was a bit more green and glowing, Papa Anon or something. I don't know.
Big Papa Anon.
Or it's just, or Papa Anon, and then there's just some miniature Anon next to him that he tags with.
Like,
Son Anon.
Legitimately speaking, this is like the Bahamut joke. You got Bahamut,
Not sure.
Bahamut diet.
Oh
Bahamut
yeah.
Oh God, just lifting up lifting up gore wheels, setting them up. Oh, pile driver.
John! The ref had the back up.
2. Ooh, kicks out at 2.
God. He's really starting to get back into it, too.
Speaking of getting back into it, he's back into the bloody end. Going for that cover. 2, 3. So it looks like Anon's job is saved thanks to Anon. And Anon. And Anon. And Anon.
Yeah, you're a winner over here. And please leave the ref alone, Anon. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a slight problem though, Joe.
I think I know what you're talking about. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get right on into that. And ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the Warzone moment of the week.
At Anon's behest.
And Anon back in the ring.
Talking trash while he was prone on the apron. Anon now. Big back elbow. If Plutonium came back as a pirate, would he be big pirate Plutonium?
Wouldn't it be like Captain Plutonium?
Could be. He can come back as Greenbeard for all I know. That man will do anything.
That's true. Oh, clothesline outside. Gore wheel feeling it. Charging up the crowd. Wait, what the hell?
Anon took the suit off.
Under the stare, apparently now he is Aloha-non.
I was gonna say, he was moving a little funny for a man wearing a suit. You know, he had a lot of mobility, a lot of, probably more layers on there, restricting movement. Anon, someone who can tell who someone is by the taste of their blood.
Always weird. And it was always weird. HR when I was going through my HR paperwork to become general manager, I did have to in fact donate a pint of blood.
Yeah, he knows what your blood tastes like, and he does always have a strange comparison to make. Some people is cotton candy, some people is motor oil, some people is pure grain alcohol. Like, it's weird.
I did ask, he said apparently I was a corn dog.
No, that's one of the nicer ones. He must like you.
Okay, once again, Gorewell has thrown Anon out of the ring, and oh my God! Look at that.
Is he not wearing Is he not wearing a? No, he's wearing a mask still. I was like, is he his mask off? There's no way. He is now
slick Anon.
Right to the bridge of the nose, and Anon looking for something. Stun gun off the top rope.
Going for the pin. Only a 1 count.
I'm surprised I'm teaching you about Anon today. I feel like you should have known these things.
You know what? I'm not sure where you're getting your information. Also, I
hang out with the man outside of this place. Like,
you might be the only one.
The only one's still here, but yeah.
That should tell you something, Aiden.
Well, there was just one girl he was, like, staying with who was, like, looking out for him. I should probably see if she's alright. I haven't heard from her in a while.
All right. Gore Wheel bringing up. Oh, off the rope!
Waist first into that top rope. I think her name was Casey. I should see if she's okay. She used to do his promos back in the day. Big flatliner, though. Wait, no. Gore Wheel landing on top of him.
Wait, what? Where are the lights? Guys, get the lights. Is this the device? What's going? Anon now is.
No, Anon in.
It's classic Anon.
That is classic Anon. Blood drive is open, and Gore Wheel made a fitting donation because he's setting up once again for a bloody end. Anon looking to show he's not complacent, maybe.
No, he's setting it up
like a suitcase.
Oh no!
Right on the back of his neck, right into the floor. 1,
2,
3.
And your winner, registered Anon.
Like I told you, a man powered by hunger. And he is starving.
Yeah, look at that. He's going after the cameraman.
And the ref. I told you. The Mad Wolf of the Nexus may have been complacent over the months, but he is back and he is hungrier than ever.
All right, and with that, well, I guess he's still the head of human resources, Aiden.
You tell him to stop.
Yeah, he's got his phone out now. And okay, I'm getting a text. I'm getting a message directly from him. Hang on, I gotta take this. It's from Anon saying, okay, he's announcing his official resignation as the head of HR. Thanks Gore Wheel for a great workout, and announces the return to being the real me.
That's bad news for everyone.
Okay, so I guess the administration is done. He just wanted to go ahead and prove his dominance I'm so confused.
He wanted to end on his own terms.
Yeah.
Jerry Aldini's not the only one confused, ladies and gentlemen. I, for one, am also confused and terrified at the same time. So, let's just go ahead and run down the Multivania card. As you can see here, I mean, we got the Multiversal Heavyweight Championship. The tag team titles are on the line. We have the Nexus Titan Championship and a very special tag team match on the line as well. We got Maximilian Thunder Thighs versus Aussie Turan. Sir McCheese defends his title in a fatal 4-way. So much is happening tomorrow, Faye.
Yes, it is. Oh, God, Joe. Where do we even start? We could see every single belt change hands. It's going to be crazy. We're going to see people potentially leaving the company. We're hospitalized for God knows how long. But on the bright side, that could also potentially mean with wild cards like the 8-man showcase, we could maybe see some returns. We can see some new title holders. It's going to be, there's change on the wind, ladies and gentlemen. And, oh boy, you cannot miss it because otherwise it's just going to blow right past you.
For sure, and that's going to be beginning tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time at twitch.tv/Dr_Caliban. And as we are winding down here, Faye, is there anything that you would like to tell the Firing Line audience?
Make sure to catch the pre-shows right before each show on the respective Saturday and Sunday days. There will be a few pre-show packages for you. And in addition, submissions are unfortunately now closed for the Multivania thank you package on the behalf of R. Sawyer. Beyond that, I pass it back over to you, Joe.
All right, I just have a little bit to mention that tomorrow on this very channel, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're streaming 2 more times tomorrow and on Sunday at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That is noon. No, it's not. Hold up. Wait a minute. I gotta do math. That is at 11 o'clock. That is at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. 10 o'clock for you Alaskan folk. But yes, 11 a.m. PST, 2 p.m. EST is the pre-show, and we have some very, very awesome things planned for you. We hope you enjoy these. It's a labor of love. It's a labor of ingenuity and bringing everyone together for this fantastic moment. And so yeah, please tune in tomorrow, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and we will be showing off the pre-show for Multivania. But until then, for my co-host Faye Jinn, I am Mojo, and we are signing out.